Sorry, my network went. Well, I had a little hiccups there. So can you hear me now, Emmanuel?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Yeah, I was actually speaking before. I don't know if you heard all what I was saying before.
We lost it for like three
Okay,
seconds there. So probably you can take it
all right,
again
all
from
right.
the beginning.
So the event is in collaboration between the OWASP Lagos chapter and the Microsoft Naija Security User Group, which is supported by Zoracom. We all know that in a world where AI continues to transform operational landscapes, there is need for us to have a robust security measures, which is now becoming more and more critical. So every organization needs to prioritize the security posture. They need to enhance it in order for them to combat all the evolving cyber threats that we all have around. So that's why we are putting forward this event, which is going to go a long way in explaining a lot of things. We have different speakers, and we also have panelists that are going to elaborate more on this uh, the theme for this event. So we all are welcome, and I will use this medium to invite. We have two hosts. We have Emmanuel Itoje and also Joy Emedom. So these are the two hosts that will be anchoring this event. So I'll use this medium to invite Joy Emedom, the security professional. Joy, are you here?
Yeah,
She's a security professional. Sorry.
I am here. Can you hear me? Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I am
Yes.
here.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure you can get the excitement from my voice. I am so excited to be here. We finally have a maiden edition for the MCT Naija Security Group and OWASP Lagos chapter. This is something that we have dreamt about, and we're excited that it's happening. So welcome to everybody. We know technology has a way of getting in between plans, so it's okay. No pressures. If network decides to disrupt, we adjust, we improvise. But let's have fun. Let's learn. Let's bring every thought that we have in our mind on the table. Let's make all these sessions interactive. We're here to collaborate as security professionals. Trust me, internet is not going anywhere. So we're all going to remain relevant for as long as we want to be in this profession. So let's collaborate, let's network, and let's have a wonderful time together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joy, for that. Myself, I'm Emmanuel Itoje, right? I also want to welcome us to this event. We've been having planning, having a back and forth around having this event for the past 1 year, but I'm glad that we're finally able to, collaborate and put this event together. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining us into this event. So we'll go straight into the event by actually introducing our sports speakers, who is actually Olajumoke Oloyede, who will be starting this event, will be opening this event for us with a topic on cyber resilience against AI threats. Olajumoke, I don't know if you're on the call. Over to you for the first session.
All right. Good morning, everyone. And I hope you can all hear me. Please confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
All right. I will open my video for some time so that, hi, Joy. It's good to hear you this morning. Thank you so much.
Nice. Good to see you. Good to finally meet you.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. I'm going to be sharing my presentation. I hope I have that enabled. I'm enabled to share. No, please, host, kindly assist me to allow screen sharing from my side. All right. Good morning, everyone. And with joy in my heart, no, not our joy, not the woman joy. With joy in my heart, I want to especially thank the the convener of this seminar, of this webinar, and with great joy I'm joining you this morning, and I look forward to learning from you. After my home presentation, learn from every other person here, and then having increase my network as well. That's one of the key things why we do all of these meetings. All right. Is screen sharing enabled for me now, or Emmanuel, can you confirm if screen is enabled for me?
1 second, working on it.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, while they're working on it, the topic that I will be speaking about is speaking on this morning rather is on cyber resilience in AI threats. All right. Just like Joy mentioned, internet is here to stay. Emerging technologies will always erupt. Okay. I remember back in the university during my undergraduates, when we were taught quantum computing. Whenever I thought it's going to be here so soon, and look at it, it's here already. When we were taught of artificial intelligence, whenever I thought it's going to be here so soon, and here it is here. All right, so many emerging technologies will keep erupting our.
Right, can you try it now?
Oh, okay.
Can you try it now?
All right, yeah, thank you. I think I have that option now. Beautiful. Yeah, thank you very much. I hope you can all see my screen. All right.
Yes.
So thank you. Okay, so just like as I was saying, technologies will keep erupting, right? And why we are all excited about the benefit, why we are all excited about what it's going to give to us, what it's bringing to the table, how it's going to help business operations, how it's going to assist us to, how it's going to enhance work-life balance somehow. We should not be caught unaware, ignorant of the challenges that it poses. All right. So, and that is why I'll be speaking briefly this morning. I know I have like 20 minutes on the challenges and strategies against AI-driven cyber attacks. Okay. All right. So just ride with me this morning. All right. Just a brief introduction about me. My name is Olajmoke Elizabeth. With different certifications, just to mention a few here. I'm a cyber threat intelligence analyst, and I'm a hunting professional. I've had the opportunity to work across several sectors. The only one I'm looking forward to is the financial, the financial sector, because I really want that, right? I've had the privilege to work across education, information technology, non-government organizations, and I'm currently in telecommunication. Currently I'm with MTN Group, where I sit in Nigeria here, but I work as a senior specialist threat intelligence and hunting with them. Okay, all right, so that's just a brief thing about me. What are we going to discuss this morning? Briefly, I'll just touch, make a brief touch on AI threat in cybersecurity, building cyber resilience. I'll talk about the AI-empowered defense mechanism, implementing best practices. How do we go about it? How do we ensure resilience? And then the future trends and challenges that we need to look at for, even as we go on in our daily life. All right. So the very first one that we'll be talking about this morning is understanding AI threats in cybersecurity. It is no longer news that we are in the era of artificial intelligence. And of course, it is revolutionizing how we do cybersecurity. It is revolutionizing how we do business operations. And cybersecurity as a business enabler, it's a critical part of every business operations. Okay, and we are also looking forward to that automation. Sometimes ago, I read an article that talked about burnout in cybersecurity, and that is actually very real. I want to use myself as a very good example. In the last couple of weeks, we've gone through a lot of things, and many of us in my team we are burnt out. All right, so yeah, it's something we look forward to as automation seems to be the answer to that burnout issue that we're currently having, and artificial intelligence is promising us a lot. All right, so we're like, okay, we don't want to get burnout looking through different data sets in the SOC, looking through different data sets, detecting patterns in the SOC environment. We don't want to go through a lot of stress, you know. And AI said, oh, don't worry, no stress. We are here to help you, right? The large language models are here to help you. We will help you to do all of that. The generative AI too is saying, don't worry. Just bring your data set. I will make a meaning, a beautiful meaning out of it. All right. So it is here to stay. And I've seen vendors, right? I've been in different requests for proposals meeting where vendors will come with their own AI solution just to pitch to us and say, if you buy it, it's going to do this, it's going to add this value and all of that. So we are so excited about artificial intelligence. And if you meet an average computer user, an average computer user is excited about Meta AI. They can ask questions, they can get it all done. They are excited about ChatGPT. Oh, everyone is all on the heels when ChatGPT came up. So we're all excited, right? But then we are not ignorant of the threat that it may pose. And then while we are not ignorant of it, we want to keep up to date. We want to understand how to combat it. We want to understand how to mitigate it. We cannot eradicate it. That is one thing I want to say. I want everyone to know. We cannot eradicate the threat. We can only mitigate. We can only reduce. We can only be proactive about it. And that is why we are here this morning, right? So cyber threat is here, and then AI poses its own thing. All right, so what are the types of AI threats? You know, this list is not totally exhaustible, right? But then I picked up the 3 key things that is going on, and according to the trend that we've noticed in the environment, in the cyberspace environment, as a cyber threat intelligence analyst, we've noticed the movement of large language models from the good side to the bad side. At first, it started with fraud GPT. Later, it moved on to phishing GPT. It moves on to a lot of GPT out of there, and it is being built. Those large language models are being built based on the open source large language model that is available, right? And then a lot of threat actors, a lot of criminal groups are building their own on it. So the very first one we've noticed is the development of malicious software through the use of artificial intelligence. At first, I remember that OpenAI did not admit that their platform is being used to generate to generate malware, to do a lot of malicious activity. But of recent, I think the last one, maybe the last 2 weeks or so, they admitted that they've noticed that their platform is being used to generate malicious softwares, malicious things, and then they are working on it, assuring us of our security, assuring us of our privacy. Okay, but then it is what it is. No matter what they do, in as much as we have, let's say for example, in as much as we have our endpoint detection and response tools, we have also seen malicious softwares that evade detection from EDRs. So it's the same thing. It's a win-win thing. It's a win-win thing. It's the same thing that these threat actors will find their way on every LLMs that you see out there. Okay, so in all of this, we've seen that coming up everywhere, like the malicious software that uses artificial intelligence to evade detection. Of recent, a particular open source tool was used as a bait. All right, so there are so many things that we've seen. This presentation is based on the trend I have noticed and that I've combined together to say, yeah, this is what is happening. This is what is real. And we've seen it happen in various stages at various organizations, right? So the very first one is malicious software, right? And then the second one is on phishing attacks. I remember back then, 10 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, when we tell people how to identify a phishing mail, we tell them, look out for typos. Gone are those days. Gone are those days. The phishing mails have now been crafted to convince you, crafted to be so good, crafted with no typo errors, crafted with no gibberish, crafted to have meaning to you whenever you read it as a user. All right. So, and that is the use of artificial intelligence. It creates more convincing, fake, and sophisticated emails. We've seen it everywhere. So how can we do all of this? How can we combat all of this? So what are we going to do? Okay. So then the last but not the least that I'm going to talk about here is the deepfakes. We all know what deepfakes is, or maybe not. So deepfakes, that is, it's a criminal activity that uses AI to create fake videos or audios that it is very difficult to distinguish, to differentiate between the real one and then the fake one. It's a growing concern. And a very good example of that is one of the videos of Donald Trump that was going all around some time ago. And people are like, no, he's not the one, he's the one. I look at it, it is very difficult to really distinguish. So these are the three main threats that is out for us. As cybersecurity professionals, we need to be ready. As if you are a vendor here, if you are a managed security service provider here, you need to be ready. If you are into research and development, you need to be ready, because we need the tools that will also help us to protect, that will help us and protect us from malware, phishing attacks, and deepfakes AI-enabled attacks. Okay. Let's talk about the recent examples of AI-driven cyber attacks. Okay, and a very good example of that is the SolarWinds hack that took place in 2020. It's a AI-driven cyber attacks, and I think I was just reading through some things yesterday. I saw that the United States as they kind of I think they charged four big organizations. They fined them because they according to them, the accusation was that they did not give them the right information during the SolarWinds hack. Okay, so it's a big hack where various government agencies in the United States were compromised. They were infiltrated. It's a AI driven. That was in 2020. Now we are in 2024. Imagine the amount of experience the threat actors will have also had between 2020 and 2024. It's crazy out there. The other one is the GPT-2 phishing attacks. I've mentioned it that we've noticed this, we've picked this up. In fact, they impersonate legitimate softwares. I've experienced it in my socket, in my security operations daily work and all that. They impersonate vendors, legitimate products. They impersonate them, and then before you can even check it, it has invaded your EDR. Your EDR is not working. At that point, you will look at it. Oh, what are you doing? But you're supposed to help me here, but it's not even helping because it has been evaded. All right. So GPT-2 phishing attacks is another one, and they are all AI driven, where we have fake emails and it tricks people into divulging sensitive information. And then the last one is the deepfake voice scams. I just mentioned one about Donald Trump, and then there was another instance of a CEO voice that was synthesized using AI, and then it was used to trick their supplier into paying into another place, another account unknowingly. So these are some of the things that we will see. Okay. I came across this thing on Twitter some days ago, and I'm like, oh, this is another thing. AI is a wide animal, so I tag it. This particular AI platform, a product, they kind of dismissed that the story going around that it was their AI that led to the death of a teenager. So what happened? Let me give you a brief story, a summary rather of the event. So a teen was seen to be committed to this chat box, and then he spent a lot of time with the chat box, such that it's developed, the teen developed emotional attachment, and then something happened somewhere. He suggested suicide, and then that was it. The teenager committed suicide as a result of the emotional attachment with an AI chatbot. Okay, the creator of the chatbot claimed that it was lack of proper guidance. Now, I mean, we need to talk about this in the business, but also let's talk about it in our homes as well. I know a lot of people, a lot of younger ones, they are so excited about the new technology of artificial intelligence, but we need to give them the right information, right? So this is just one of it. They claim to be a tamed animal, but no, they are not actually tamed. It's kind of a wild animal for me. All right. So if we don't have the proper information, we don't have the proper education to users of artificial intelligence, it's going to lead us to a bigger problem. It land us into a bigger problem. Okay. And then of recent, I also came across this. We see a lot of trends. Okay. Obituary scam using generative AI. These are some of that. This is another one, another AI. And people will say, what is obituary scam? You know. So you have to be careful of what you tell the internet. Okay. In this scam, let me just summarize. In this scam, the threat actor, they monitor your Google search, they monitor your search engine search trends, and after you've lost someone that is close to you, maybe you want to type obituary messages and all that, and okay, I'm going to try my best to round up in that 2 minutes. I'm not sure if I'm going to, but yeah, I know I don't have a lot of time. So they use what you search for and do another leverage on it, and then use it for search engine poisoning, and then that is it. They will lead you to something else, and so obituary scam is another trend that we have noticed. All right, so I'm going to rush this now. How can we then build cyber resilience? Okay, when we talk about cyber security, we are talking about the 3 pillars: the people, the process, and the technology. Even though we thought that technology against technology, but we should not leave the people and the process behind, even in our aid for cyber resilience. What is cyber resilience? Is the ability to prepare for, to respond to, and then to remediate cyber attacks. So how can we do it? The people, you need to train your people to understand what is AI and the kind of attacks that can happen, sensitize them, let them know about it. If they don't know about it, they cannot protect themselves. Okay. Ignorance is nothing. There's nothing you want to say about ignorance. So yeah, educate your people. Processes, you need to now go into your strategy room and include AI strategies into your information security strategies. You don't need to use the traditional classical processes that you've been using before to combat artificial intelligence related attacks. Then technology, in my language, they will say the son of fire is used to fight against the son of fire. So you use AI to combat AI. All right. What are the key things? I've talked about the risk. Okay, let me quickly talk about the risk management, which is part of the cybersecurity strategy. Then continuous monitoring and intelligence. Intelligence is key here. You need to understand what is going on, the trends, and that is why you need a threat intelligence team up on the board. I tell organizations a lot, people a lot, not organization, people a lot about threat intelligence. You cannot undervalue or undervalue the power of threat intelligence. Okay. Incident response planning. I know you have a playbook in your organization, but please update it. If something like this happens, what are we going to do? How do we respond? Then employee training. These are more you can get from all of this. I think my time is up right now.
Thank you so much, Olajumoke. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
I'll be wrapping up now. Just 1 minute. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. So there are many AI power defense that you can use. I know my slides is a lot, but I'm going to run through it. Machine learning models for anomaly detection. Like I said, you use AI to combat AI. You can't use the traditional platforms, tools to combat AI. Okay, so you have to invest in machine learning and anomaly detection tools, behavioral analytics, and predictive intelligence. Intelligence is everywhere, right? So implementing best practices, I'll just go through this once and for all and tell you that do phishing simulations based on AI. Stop giving your employees typo errors such that they will see that, hey, this is a phishing. Give them the correct one, please. Simulate based on AI, cybersecurity training modules, regular security reminders, and all of that. I think I've been able to cover a lot of these. What are the future trends that we should look into? AI-driven cyber threats will increase, is going to increase. And then AI-powered defense techniques will also come in place. We have seen that in many cybersecurity vendors, right? We need to collaborate. I need to mention this. Industry needs to collaborate with the government. We need to help our government, even though the government is not giving us a handshake, but we need to go to the government and give them a handshake of collaboration, especially I'm talking to the OWASP and the Microsoft Naija security guys. In conclusion, I need to say that AI is transforming cybersecurity and is introducing a lot of threats, thereby it's increasing our threat domain. Please, you need to continue to evolve in your security. You don't stay in one place. You need to understand AI, LLMs, generative AI, and all of that. And then you'll be able to combat all the threats. All right. So finally, let's connect. Yeah, my handles, my LinkedIn, my email, and the blog, my website. We can connect from here. And yeah, that would be it. Thank you very much for this opportunity, OWASP Lagos chapter and the Microsoft Naija Security Group. I would love to join the Microsoft Naija Security Group. Let's see. Joy, I know you are here. All right, thank you, everyone. If you have any question and answer, we can take it from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Olajumoke. That's actually a very insightful session. Thank you so much. Please, if you have any questions, you can drop in the chat while I will let our presenter to know about the questions. You'll still be on the call. So probably
yeah,
maybe during the second speaker session, you have questions based on our presentation, you can go ahead. Thank you so much. Yeah. All right. We'll be jumping into the next session now with our second speaker. Our second speaker is actually Itoje. Itoje will be speaking on cybersecurity in the era of AI and quantum computing. Thank you so much, Itoje, for joining us today. It's a pleasure. I'm looking forward to the sessions. Yeah. All right.
Thank you for having me. All right. Let me see if I can share this. All right. So you should be seeing my screen right now, right?
Yes, I can.
All right. Well then, this is certainly shaping up to be a great event. Some really interesting insights so far. Thank you again for inviting me. I know I don't have a lot of time, so I'll just go straight to the topic at hand. A little bit about myself. I'm a cybersecurity advisor running my own company called D3 Cyber. We help organizations figure out their cybersecurity strategy. We offer virtual CISO services, IT risk management, compliance, and things of that nature. I also help organize a cybersecurity conference located in Transylvania in Romania. You might have heard of Transylvania. And you've got all my contact details on 2d.ro. Now, to the topic at hand, I've checked the agenda for today, and I know there's quite a lot of discussion about AI. I know I'm touching on other topics such as quantum computing and privacy enhancing technologies. So I think for the sake of everyone, it would be better if we focus a bit more on that side, because I didn't see that as present in the agenda. And I'll be wrapping up with some kind of roadmap or steps to prepare for the future. As was mentioned before, the landscape is evolving around cybersecurity. The frequency and the sophistication of cyber attacks is increasing, and we're having a lot of trouble keeping up with the technological changes compared to the traditional security measures that people and companies are using nowadays. They are still struggling to keep up. And you can also see kind of a similar trend in the legislative side. You need to wait for years until there's some law passed to regulate stuff around data privacy, around AI, around the current threats. And by the time those laws do come out and those regulations do come in place, they're already outdated. So it's hard to kind of keep up. And this brings in a need for more, say, adaptive security, if you will, trying to stop kind of just reacting to what's happening and trying to do things proactively to be or to stay ahead of the curve, if you will. So when it comes to AI and cybersecurity, just a brief overview. There's a lot of good things that AI has brought, and machine learning before that. Things like automated threat detection and real-time monitoring of network traffic, things like dark trace, the software and stuff like that. There's a lot of improvements around anomaly detection, behavior analytics, with more and more people using their devices to connect to everything from everywhere. It's harder and harder to kind of keep track of who's doing what, and is this particular connection coming from a legitimate user, or is that just a compromised user account that's been hacked using one of the many threats that are out there nowadays? So, and it's prohibitive to assume that someone would be able to do that kind of anomaly detection, behavioral analytics manually. So you need systems to do this in an automated way, to monitor user behavior, to flag anomalies, and even to respond to potential incidents automatically. And there's already been a mention of most of these things, the dark side of AI, if you will, all the bad things that AI brings along, like malware that evolves to bypass security measures, phishing emails that no longer have typos in them, right? Synthetic media with deepfakes and whatnot. Tools right now using AI to scan for system weaknesses, to find vulnerabilities. AI model manipulation with crafted inputs, where systems now readily available for everyone to use with AI are being attacked themselves. And all of this also comes with a whole bunch of data privacy concerns, because all of these LLMs that have been popping up all over the place in recent years, they do require massive amounts of data to train, and more often than not, they don't make any distinction between data that should be private and data that's just publicly available and can be used for training. With synthetic media, there's a lot of things that you might have seen over in the past few years. One interesting tidbit that I'd like to focus on here, when it comes to deepfakes, there's a very worrying statistic. Taking a look at like the period from 2019 up to last year, the full of 2023, there's a 900% increase year over year. So that's every year, it's 900% from the year before in the use of deepfakes, which is insane. And you can see this in AI manipulated attacks, advanced phishing. Just earlier this year in February, someone actually paid out $25 million after a call with who they thought they were was their chief financial officer, but it was just a deep fake done in real time with his face and his voice telling them, yes, please pay $25 million in this account. So this is the kind of world we now live in, and ChatGPT and similar tools are just simply being used to launch attacks, and you can see some easy ways on how to use these language models to help just launch attacks faster, or ask them to create the attack scripts for you, which is insane. But like I said, I know this is going to be talked a lot throughout the day. Let's look a little bit at the quantum computing side and what post-quantum computing cryptography brings to the mix. And without going too much into detail, because it's a lot of maths, right? When it comes to quantum computing, compared to like classic computing, if you will, because right now we can start calling it that, or like the traditional way to do computing. In traditional computing, you have your bits, your zeros and ones, and it's been the case for decades now. It's always been like 0 and 1, and anything can be either a 0 or a 1. The way quantum computing changes that is with the introduction of the qubit, which is a basic unit of quantum information, which has a state that could be 0, it could be 1, and it could be anything between 0 and 1 at the same time. This is where the quantum physics part comes into play, and the whole concepts of superposition, where qubits can exist, like I said, in multiple states simultaneously, in entanglement, where one qubit could be interconnected with another and they can affect each other's state instantly. And then you've got the whole quantum gates and the mathematics behind the way quantum computing works. These are the building blocks of quantum circuits and quantum computers, and they are designed to modify the state of qubits through different operations like rotation, inversion, entanglement, which is not like addition and multiplication that like you have in traditional computing. The potential advantages of this is with quantum computing, you're able to perform more complex calculations at speeds that were never thought of before. And you can solve problems that are deemed infeasible for classical computers. And again, without going into the mathematics of it all, you can see like the traditional logic gates on the left, stuff that we've been stuck with for decades on how to do a 0 or a 1 or an and or a not. But when it comes to quantum gates, the stuff on the right, the whole thing gets a lot more complicated. So it's definitely a challenge if you want to start doing kind of quantum maths and quantum computing. But for the people out there and the researchers out there that do handle this thing, this is going to speak volumes in terms of the impact. And these are some examples of the positive impact that quantum computing brings to the table. First and foremost is optimization on anything that's a complex problem and that takes huge amounts of compute power to resolve. Things like efficient routes for logistics or solving complex scheduling problems. There's work being done using quantum computing in drug discovery, because given the speed and the computation that these computers have available, they are a lot faster at simulating more molecular interactions and to maybe identify potential drugs to fight diseases and whatnot. Climate modeling, like large scale climate prediction, weather pattern prediction. This is also an area where quantum computing is actively being used today. Financial optimization for market analysis, financial modeling. So there's a lot of things happening there. However, there's also a threat that this whole quantum world brings to the mix, especially when it comes to cybersecurity, because while researchers have been trying to develop algorithms that are resistant to quantum attacks, and this all goes into that post-quantum cryptography space, There's also solutions coming out that are really cool, things like quantum key distribution. You've got physical devices, physical hardware today that can be used and deployed in your network infrastructures to do quantum key distribution, to transfer keys from one place to another, but using quantum principles, where observing a quantum system alters its state. So these systems cannot be tampered with due to the way quantum stuff works, right? Because once you start monitoring, so there's no wire sniffing or just monitoring the traffic on the network. There's nothing of that sort able to be done using these devices because they use quantum computing. Now, the threats themselves, they come in breaking traditional cryptography, like using qubits that can be in multiple states at the same time to solve certain problems, stuff that certain algorithms depend on, and I'll touch on that in a bit. And then long-term data security. If you start capturing encrypted traffic today, you would probably be able to easily decrypt it 5 years from now, or 7 or 10 years from now, at speeds that today are unimaginable. And there's a couple of examples, a couple of algorithms, like Shor's algorithm can break both RSA and elliptic curve cryptography, and that is right now threatening the foundation of most public key cryptography. So anything that is used when you connect to a website on the internet and use HTTPS, for instance. Grover's algorithm, that also provides a way to search databases with like n items in square root of n steps, which is way faster than what you could do today. And those things right there have triggered NIST to launch an initiative to try and find algorithms that are more quantum resistant. They found 69 candidates by 2017, and then 26 of them were selected in 2019 for further analysis. Last year, they've selected 4 out of those that they designed, and they said these are quantum safe, and they started the process to standardize them. So where are we today? With some of the stuff that's being used out there, a lot of it is considered no longer secure, and you need alternatives. And those 4 algorithms are potential solutions to some of these things. In some cases, you just need larger keys. With AES, because that's vulnerable to Grover's algorithm, you just need to double the key size to be as secure as you are today, for instance. But with stuff like PGP or elliptic curve cryptography, that's no longer secure, and we need alternatives. There's a lot of work being done in the area of post-quantum cryptography that, again, would take maybe hours to get into. But these are just some topics if you want, and if you're into the quantum side of things and the math side of things, you can dig deeper into those. Another topic I want to touch on before I wrap up is around privacy enhancing technologies, or PETs. PETs, or these technologies are tools, methods designed to protect user privacy in this day and age, like big data, machine learning, AI. And there's a few examples that I chose to include here. Homomorphic encryption, which basically allows you to perform computations on encrypted data without decrypting it. Stuff like secure multi-party computation, where collaborative computation is done on large amounts of data without revealing inputs. And differential privacy, where you can share data insights over like a large number of people without disclosing who those people are, like personal information. So homomorphic encryption, this is all about computation done on ciphertext. You've got a number and you want to compute the square of that number. You could essentially encrypt it, and then your cloud provider, for instance, that doesn't have access to your data, they could do the mathematical operations on the data, get the result without knowing what the original number was and what the final result is. They just do the math, which is insane if you think of it, because while being able to do the computation, they never access the data itself. You still get access to the data if you decrypt it. And there's different ways to do it. It's partial, where you only do one type of operation, like either addition or multiplication, but you can do it an unlimited number of times. There's somewhat homomorphic encryption, where you can do both addition and multiplication, but a limited number of times. And then you can do full homomorphic encryption, which is both addition and multiplication, an unlimited number of times. This is the most powerful and flexible form, but this requires, again, a lot of math, a lot of like knowing the algorithms. There's some challenges, there's some computational overhead. It's obviously much slower if you want to do processing on encrypted data instead of unencrypted data. The cost and the duration to implement these things is much higher. So the complexity of that thing is much higher to actually have it working. And the storage needed to keep all that data and to process all that data in memory, for instance, is much higher than just using raw data. There's some applications of this in day-to-day usage, stuff like processing data securely in the cloud, like I mentioned, or privacy preserving data analytics. Imagine hospitals being able to do large-scale data processing on patients and sharing that information without knowing who the patients are, and not having any sort of access to the individual data, but doing kind of large-scale processing on the types of diseases that they're seeing in recent weeks. Medical, financial records, secure voting systems where you can count the votes without revealing who voted for what in computer systems or enhanced IoT. And with that, I'm getting close to the end, kind of looking at a roadmap on how to deal with these things, with AI, with quantum computing and whatnot. First off, implementing a zero trust approach, which is all about three things: verify everything explicitly, use least privilege access, and assume breach. This is a very healthy approach to use in this day and age, where you cannot just assume that or hope that you won't be hacked. You need to start thinking, what if I've already been hacked? How can I tell today that I've been hacked yesterday, for instance? There's a need for cryptographic agility. There's an evolving threat landscape, so you need to be able to quickly adapt to whatever is coming at you. You need to look into what algorithms you're currently using, because quantum computing is coming and it's probably going to happen sooner rather than later. So look at the current algorithms that you're using today, because if the bad guys start capturing and copying your encrypted data today, they'll be able to decrypt it tomorrow or next year when quantum computing becomes mainstream. And ensure that any systems that you design today are compatible with both current and future standards. Look at AI-driven tools, implementing them in your infrastructure, in your organization for both monitoring and defense, because it's the only way to defend against the AI-driven attacks. Investing in quantum-resistant solutions and looking at whatever cryptography you're using. Start using privacy-enhancing technologies. So look into some of the things that I mentioned and do continuous like research and development, and just keep up to date with what's out there. And with that, we're almost done. I know, so this was like probably a talk that's a day long in my usual like trainings and discussions that I had to wrap up in 20 minutes. AI and quantum computing, they're here to stay. They do present both opportunities and challenges, and you need to be aware of those things and make sure that you have a say in how you evolve the measures that you implement when it comes to cybersecurity to help deal with these things in the future. So thank you. And I know this was a little bit over, but I hope it was interesting and informative for the people attending.
Thank you so much, Tudor. That was a very insightful session. There was a question in the chat that Richard was asking, like a
Yes.
mathematical equation. If fx equals to s raised to power 2 for encryption algorithm, can't the CSP easily reverse the output to get the original input?
I mean, you can, but you only get the encrypted version. So you don't know what you've calculated the square, and then yeah, you can probably reverse and do the square root because it's still maths and it's still addition, and it's not it's not addition or multiplication and there's nothing else you can do. You can do addition and multiplication in the other direction, but you'll never know the actual numbers, the actual data. So you won't know that it was the square root of 7 or like 9 to the third power that you were computing. It's a number that was given to you. You did the math on top of it that you were told. You got a result. You don't know what the result is because it's encrypted, and you give that encrypted result back to the user. And they have the key. They are the only ones that have the key to decrypt both the initial number and the final number. And they are the only ones that know what data was there, what numbers were there, if that makes sense.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining the conference this year. I look forward to actually having you on that conference. This is so much insightful. Thank you so much.
Thank
All
you.
right,
Thank you for having me. Right.
Thank you. Bye. So everyone, thank you so much for staying with us till this time. So the next session, I will be jumping to our first panel session, in which we have my co-host Joy will be anchoring the first panel session. Joy, I don't know if you're on the call. Can you take over from here? Hi, Joy.
I can hear you. Hi, everyone.
Awesome. Hi, I can hear you.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Okay, I would like to know if I have my other panelists on the call. So do we have, can I share? Yeah, thank you. I wanted you to help me pull that up. So, hello everyone. Again, like I said, I'm very excited because, like Emmanuel said, we've been trying to hold this virtual conference in the last 1 year. We feel like the MCT Naija and OWASP Lagos chapter are not as active as the energy of professionals they have. And so we're excited to kickstart this. You'll be hearing more at the end how you can be part of these different communities and contribute and network. So today, we've heard a lot about, from Jumoke about AI, the resilience. We've had this wonderful, dive of AI with quantum computing. I don't know about you, but I just felt like I was back in secondary school doing the YDX mathematics when our last speaker was speaking, and I was like, oh my God. So are you telling me I have to go back to worrying about maths again? But, so now we want to have, a balance of conversation around, we're looking at AI innovation. Like you've seen, there's so much exciting thing people are doing with AI. In fact, when the first speaker was speaking, I said to myself, the way AI has entered into the system, it's not like one of those technologies you have to force people, or you have people are just using AI by default. So as organizations, we want to look at balancing innovation. We want to look at compliance and then the threat resilience, as we've talked about. So to discuss this wonderful topic with me, I have Ayomide Daniels of Cybervergent. Is the head of technology. Ayomide, if you're on the call and if you can go on camera, we would appreciate, but we understand network impact across different regions where we are, so that's fine. You can just say hi to us, give us a flash of your face, and you can go off back. I have Barrister Pamela Victor Ibitamuno on the call. She has a master's in cyber law, so she'll be bringing all the whole legal perspective into the use of AI. We have I call him Mr. Itoje. He used to be one of the CISOs I have worked under, and he's very passionate about compliance and passionate about technology. And so we have Iwakwo Itoje on the call, and I have Alexios Wankwo, who is a compliance guru. Put him in any environment that has to talk about compliance, he will tell you. And so we have these wonderful personalities on the call today to discuss about the AI security frontier, balancing innovation, compliance, and threat resilience. Thank you once again. Panelists, please, if you're on the call, say hi to the audience. And again, because we know it's a virtual conference, please keep it interactive. If you're just joining us, or if you joined us during all the other panelists, just let us know what country you're joining us from, or what region you're joining us from, and your expectations and how you feel about the conference. Thank you, Pamela. Okay, we're still expecting, Ayomide Daniels and expecting Iwakwo Itoje. Okay, without wasting time, we'll jump on the call because we're cautious of time. We do not want to keep people beyond the time they've put for this. All right. So one question before we go in, I'm thinking artificial intelligence. Like I said, I am trying to imagine the industry currently that is not yet using AI, from the creatives to medical to education. This emerging technology is not like one of those technologies that will come and will focus on only one sector and industry. And so you find a lot of people, coming into this in adopting the use of artificial intelligence. And so it brings concern when we think of compliance requirements in these different sectors. Yeah, good morning. So I would like for each of you to take rounds to talk about, for our lectures for you, what are the biggest compliance challenges you envisage artificial intelligence will bring? Yes, as a tool for innovation, but especially in the financial sector, which is where your background is, what do you think are some of the compliance challenges artificial intelligence will bring as we open ourselves to innovate with it, and how can we strike this balance? Alexius.
Okay, thank you very much. Joy, it's nice being in the workshop. It's been refreshing. Artificial intelligence is, each time I use it, I tell myself that this is another God's free gift to man. But interestingly, it comes with its own challenges. Part of what the number one challenge of artificial intelligence is the issue of intellectual property. You are having an information or a data that you have that is having put in place by another person without that person's permission.
Am I the only one? But we stopped hearing.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
So I think there's some distraction on the background. Someone was sharing their screen and I couldn't hear you clearly. I don't know if it's just from my own end.
Okay, so I'll repeat the question. Yes, so the question is still, piggybacking on the background I gave around the use of AI by different sectors for innovation, and how we want to balance, the opportunities and risk. I'm saying that as a legal practitioner, what are some of the concerns that you see with the use of AI and the vast way that is growing? And you could pin this down to any industry, and are there current legal litigations that we're seeing, with the use of artificial intelligence?
All right. Yeah, thank you so much for that question. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Okay, so Kurt in 2018 spoke about how AI has caused so much pressure for artificial intelligence developers. Like they've had so much pressure to design artificial intelligence in such a way that it can be accountable, in such a way that it can be fair, and in such a way that it can be transparent. So one of the concerns that we've had so far about AI is the lack of transparency. And because of this lack of transparency, it has created a lot of problems, because we don't have adequate information to go about the functionality of these algorithms, and it can escalate that problem. Now, what I mean by this is that normally for people to be able to make a decision, or for AI, most decisions are made by AI. And there's a problem in understanding the rationale for that decision. Let me be more practical. Like your data is being used by an artificial intelligence algorithm, and you do not even know how that data is being stored, how that data is being collected, how that data is being processed, because everything has already been automated. So there's a huge problem for individuals who are faced with a breach, or individuals who have experienced losses as a result of their data being breached, to be able to litigate or get a redress in court, because they are unable to prove that, okay, they are unable to really understand. They don't even have a clue of the decisions of that data, like how it has been used. So the lack of transparency of algorithms in AI has been a very big problem, because it also bridges individuals' rights, their basic human rights. Every individual has the right to fair treatment. I have a right to privacy. I have a right to accountability. I have a right to also seek redress when my rights have been breached. I have a right to also be treated equal with others and not to be discriminated. But how can I cope when the system is not transparent? If you tell me that, oh, you have the right to privacy, and this AI lacks that algorithmic transparency, and it can conceal the ways that my personal data is being used or being stored. So if there's a lack of transparency and my personal data has been used in ways that are very unexpected, and that has violated my human rights, how can I seek redress? So there's a big problem for individuals whose rights have been breached, or whose human rights have been breached by AI, because of the lack of the transparency of the algorithms to seek problems in court. So that has caused a lot of concerns. Another concern that we've also experienced legally is the problem of the legal personhood of AI. So there have been a lot of arguments as to the legal personality of AI. So in law, there's something called legal personality. If a person is a legal person, that person has the right to appear in court. That person has the right to sue and be sued. But since there has been controversy as to whether AI is a legal person or not, there has been so many issues. In Canada, there was a case recently where a chat box cost an individual suffered a lot of loss because of the chat box, the information from the chat box. So the individual went to court, sued the company, and then the company was arguing that the chat box is an entirely different person from them. So they were trying to exempt themselves for liability so that they would not pay for the claims that person has sued them for. So they were saying that, see, we are entirely different from the chat box. Treat the chat box as an entirely different person from the way you would treat us. So whatever the chat box has done, treat them like that. Treat AI differently from us. So the court was not even convinced with that argument. At the end of the day, what the Canadian court held was that whatever information that is on the chatbot should be treated as that information that is on the company's website. So there's no way that the company can exempt liability and say that, oh, because it is the chatbot that is AI, we have done this, we have automated everything, you cannot hold us liable for it. But that argument, that issue is still very controversial. So it has also created some problems for us, like legally.
Thank you so much. Wow. While you were talking, so many things were going in my head. So you can imagine a company has disengaged themselves from their chat box because it's an AI, and these are interesting times that we're finding ourselves in. So Alessius, I can see you're back, and you were trying to explain to us, how, while it's interesting to use artificial intelligence, it's also becoming interesting around the compliance of it, intellectual property. I don't know if you want to quickly wrap up on that while we progress. Okay, so network is being our wonderful friend today. We can't seem to get Alexius off mute while he's still trying to get off mute. We will progress, to look at. So if we follow, the thought process of what Barrister Pamela has shown us, around, does that brings us to begin to ask ourselves, like, so is it the country that needs to put this AI protection policies, or is it companies that need to put AI protection policies, or are we evolving into a world where there needs to be an overhaul of our data protection policy, and we need to start looking at, should we start even looking at AI as an entity on its own, or should we hold the organizations who use AI responsible for the exposure of data with the use of AI? Barrister Pamela, I'll throw that to you, considering that our other panelists are having network issues.
Okay, so from what I understand, like I said, there's still this controversy, but I think that court has laid a precedent for subsequent courts to follow. So subsequent courts can also rely on that judgment when they are deciding cases, like future cases that might arise like that, concerning the legal personhood of the artificial intelligence. But basically, from what has been said, and also by virtue of the Section 37 of the Nigerian Data Protection Act. Now, what Section 37 of the Nigerian Data Protection Act is saying is also in line with the judgment of the Canadian courts. So Section 37 of the Nigerian Data Protection Act is saying that a data subject shall not subject to a decision based solely on automated processing of personal data, including profiling, which produces legal or similar effects, except where there is human intervention and a logic of the decision made is capable of being contested. I'm going to break that down, and I'm going to also explain it. So you remember that I spoke about transparency, that AI lacks transparency. And sometimes it is very difficult to challenge the decisions of AI because the logic of that decision, most often than not, it is incapable of being contested. You can't contest the logic of the decision. You can't even understand the rationale at which AI eventually came up with that decision. Like at the end of the day, like the data that they've already processed, you can't even tell. So basically, what Section 37 is saying that we as data subjects, because I am a data subject, that is, data subjects are people whose data have been stored, collected, and processed. So because I am a data subject, you cannot subject me. You cannot subject any other person who is a data subject to the decision of AI in the processing of my data because it was automated, except in that processing there was a human intervention, and then the logic of the rationale of the logic of that decision is also capable of being contested. That is, I can challenge that decision, I can contest that decision. If I cannot contest that decision, if I cannot contest the logic of that decision, if I cannot contest the rationale of that decision, you cannot subject me to that decision when it was automated. So what this thing is trying to say is that because a data subject has suffered from maybe a decision made by AI or the information that has been processed by AI, you cannot now subject him. He should not be allowed to suffer as a result of that decision. So in that case, the companies must be held liable. They cannot escape that liability. Backing up with Section 29 of what the NDPA is saying, that the Nigerian Data Processing Act is saying, that companies, entities are to implement technical and organizational measures to protect personal information. So where personal information of a data subject is in the line, and it means, and the company has not done their part to protect personal information, where a data subject's data has been breached, companies will be held liable, especially when they did not implement technical and organizational measures to prevent it. And the law even allows them to use AI tools to protect it. So that also answers the yes.
Yeah,
The law,
I wanted to interrupt there to say, if you're in the audience, please, I would like to hear your view. Drop it in the chat. What you think this section in the Nigerian Data Protection Act, and I was going to ask you, I'll throw it back to you, Pamela, if if this is just only in the Nigerian data protection, do we see this around the GDPR for the Europe and across North America, where you're referring? But before we come into that, I want to hear what your views are. For me, I'm having two light bulbs. I'm seeing the benefit of this, and I'm also seeing how this is this going to hamper the innovation that artificial intelligence is supposed to bring into industries, because again, if I use chatbots to want to improve on processes that I feel like are too mundane, and then the act is saying that unless there's an human intervention, is that not complexing and increasing multiple loops in processes and then reducing operational efficiency and excellence? But at the same time, when you look at the impact of artificial intelligence making decisions for you that could lead to one or two issues in your personal life, then you want to hold the organization accountable. So let me see in the chat, let's get interactive in the chat, what your views are around how we balance, innovation with the use of AI and still ensure data privacy and security. So back to you, Pamela. This, clause that exists in the Nigerian Data Protection Act, is it only applicable to the Nigerian environment, or do we see this kind of law extended to other regions and across the world?
Okay, so like the Nigerian Data Protection Act also takes into cognizance the GDP, the Nigerian Data Protection Regulation. There was initially a Nigerian Data Protection Regulation before the Nigerian Data Protection Act came into light. So the Nigerian Data Protection Act takes into cognizance the provisions of the Nigerian Data Protection Regulation. And in my opinion, the Nigerian Data Protection Regulation is it's almost a replica of the European Union's GDPR. So it also takes into cognizance this element too. So it's not just applicable here to Nigeria alone. It takes what we did was we looked at the world or globally, things that were working, and then we brought them here and we try to see how we can implement. But sometimes this is my own argument, so this is my own opinion. Don't quote me anywhere. I feel it is subjective to other arguments. Sometimes I feel that we are not really taking into cognizance the grassroots problems sometimes when it comes to our laws. From the little exposure I've gotten, I feel like we are not really taking into cognizance our grassroots problems. There are problems that are very peculiar to Nigerians. And I feel like in the haste to make laws that we just want to have a certain law for this. Oh, AI is here. Let's make a law for AI. We've been hearing a lot of stuff about AI, but how much of it in practice is being used here in this country, in Nigeria? How many companies are effectively using artificial intelligence like very well to implement a lot of things here in Nigeria? So sometimes I feel that
Pamela, we will argue with you, and that will bring me to my next questions, right? We will argue with you, right? There's a lot of shift now, So if you see how many organizations are using AI to drive, the truth is we're seeing today lots of AI-driven threats. The first speaker threw some, around it, AI-driven threats. So even if as an organization I am not using artificial intelligence, I am now exposed to the use of artificial intelligence, right? So I just wanted to challenge that thought process where you feel like I'm saying, is it that the laws are not paying attention to the exposure that we have, or are you saying that the laws are just vague, meaning that because it's almost sounding like you think that we are not matured in the Nigerian nation with the use of artificial intelligence? But today the world is global. It has, like, today we're all connected from different countries. In fact, if you observe, there was almost a little distraction happening in our meeting because somebody was trying to compromise the meeting. So we're now connected globally, and I'm saying that shifting away, into what you're saying about laws and how these laws, you feel that these laws are not, targeted to the grassroots. I'm saying, but today artificial intelligence is being used by everywhere. It's pumped into Facebook, it's pumped into WhatsApp. People are using it to interact. Whether you even use it to interact even as an organization or as a family or as an individual, the point is that AI is already infused into us. So the question is, again, throwing back, are there strategies? So let's now look at, okay, if we feel that the laws are not enough, are there strategies that we can use both as cybersecurity professionals here to build resilience against these evolving AI power threats or invasion?
Okay, so let me first of all talk about concerning the laws. I think what I was trying to say is that things are actually happening so fast. So it might take us a while to really catch up with the speed of innovation. It might take the laws a while to really catch up with the speed of innovation that is really happening. So that was also one of the points that I was also trying to make, because of the growth is very vast. But I think another thing I'm seeing is foreseeing that there might be regulatory updates on our IP laws too, because of the issues that have been arising recently regarding AI. So I was going to say that. And then to answer your question about AI threats, right? AI threats and things that cybersecurity experts should take into consideration. I'm hoping that I got this correctly.
Oh yes, you're paraphrasing, but yes, in that context, I'm saying that looking at this advanced use of artificial intelligence, what are the ways as cybersecurity professionals we can strategize to build resilience against this evolving AI power threats that we're seeing? And again, to the audience, right? Threats is not only, we only look at threats as infiltration of data, compromise of our data are all threats. So in whatever context you want to look at it.
Okay, I think one way we can do this is that first, I think organizations, individuals that are also implementing AI, organizations should ask themselves that, is my organization prepared to handle an AI-enabled attack? That's the first question we should ask ourselves. Am I prepared to be able to handle an AI-enabled attack? Is my organization, is my institution prepared to handle an AI-enabled attack? I think what happens most times is that we start preparing for attack after it has happened, not before it happens. So basically, we're supposed to prepare for these attacks before it happens. We're supposed to ask ourselves, is my organization prepared to handle cyber security issues? Because when there are losses that are linked to AI, it becomes very serious, especially when it involves financial threats. And a person suffers liability as a result of this. So basically, liability is just when somebody suffers as a result of another person's action. So the key question should be, as a cybersecurity expert or a cybersecurity organization that is also implementing AI and trying to build cyber resilience for AI threats, you should know and have in mind that if there are losses in that process, if there are losses as a result of using AI tools, that your organization is going to be responsible. So one way you can actually try to do this is to also try to make sure that you comply with the laws that are relate to AI. There's not one single law that's protects or has been enacted particularly for AI here in Nigeria, but there are lots of laws that relate to data protection and data privacy. So by complying with those laws and making sure that you do your job well as a cybersecurity expert, you take into compliance all these laws, you can also be able to exempt yourself from liabilities just in case anything goes wrong. You also have to know that there are also regulatory sanctions too. Sanctions by law when you do not adhere or comply to these things. So as cybersecurity experts in building resilience, try to always ensure that you are complying with the law. It would really go a long way to save you from unnecessary liabilities that may arise.
Thank you so much, Barrister. We have just 2 minutes, and before we wrap up, and throw in one question we could use to wrap up. What I hear here is we're all excited to use artificial intelligence, but there's still a lot of work for us to do as both as individuals and organizations to be compliant. Now, before we close out, one last thing: the future of human AI collaboration. Somebody's echoing. Barrister, the future of AI collaboration in cybersecurity. The question is, will AI or can AI really fully replace human decision making? Now, I hear you say the law doesn't allow it anymore, even if organizations are thinking it. But do we think that AI can fully replace human decision making or collaboration? Or would collaboration always be necessary? And piggybacking on that, you can wrap up.
Okay, so in my humble opinion, I know there are lots of arguments concerning that. Some people are of the opinion that AI would fully replace humans. Others might argue that no, there's no way, there's still need for emotional intelligence, there's need for someone that has emotions to be able to do things, there's need for critical thinking, logical thinking, there's need for a lot of things which are very specific to humans. In my humble opinion, I think there should be a collaboration. We should use AI to do a lot of things that would make things faster or make the job faster. But then there should be people who understand the technology behind AI, people who understand AI technology to be at the forefront to also make these things work better. That is what I think.
Thank you very much. It's been a wonderful session with you. Yeah, we had surprises for some weird reason. Network didn't allow other panelists be able to speak. We had a bit of distraction, but guess what? It still did not take away the opportunity for us to learn. I'm taking away something today. I didn't know that the Nigerian Data Protection Act has started infusing things, that AI could use and organizations could begin to use to draft their AI framework. Someone dropped at the chat there. Organizations, and I don't think it should be tied to developers. It should be tied to organizations should begin to have their AI policies, their AI frameworks, so that as people are using it, people can adhere. But the thing is, sometimes we don't read as individuals. I was telling someone that when Facebook pushed out their AI, they wrote it there and said that if you don't want your data to be used in training the language model, that you should go and make XYZ changes. I can bet you if I took a poll right now, I can see about 36 people in this meeting. If I said drop in the chat box if you use Facebook and if you've gone to adjust your privacy settings so that Facebook does not use your data to train the language model, I want to be shocked if I will get up to 5 people telling me they have done that. I would bet you people haven't done it. So the thing is, we live in a world where we're excited to use artificial intelligence. We use in a world where artificial intelligence is helping us, to be innovative, but we're not paying attention to critical things around cybersecurity, such as data protection, right? And so I encourage you, while you're using AI to do your meeting notes, while you're using AI, pay attention to what the cybersecurity, which is data protection, the focus where we're looking at today, and what it means for you, what it means for your organization. And as we come to a close, thank you, everyone. Thank you for staying close. Thank you for being interactive. And I'll pass it back to Emmanuel.
Thank you so much, Joy, for such insightful session. Right. It has been insightful session with Pamela. Can you hear me? All right, awesome. So we're gonna have a 10 minutes tea break, right? I want you guys to stretch your leg. If you need to get a tea, a cup of coffee, get a cup of coffee, and we're back in the next 10 minutes for another session with one of our speakers. So thank you so much, everyone. All right, thank you, everyone. I hope we had an awesome tea break session. If you're back, please can you just put in the chat that you're back so we can actually continue with the session. Can you indicate in the chat if you're back? All right, okay, thank you. I can see you're back. Please, can you see you're back in the chat so we can start with our next speaker session? All right, I can see Oyimafu. Thank you. Okay, Olajide is back as well. That's first. All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for staying with us. All right, so we'll be going to another speaker session, and our next speaker is Emedom Basi. She's actually a barrister, so she'll be speaking on the topic that says navigating compliance requirements in the AI landscape. Emedom, are you on the call?
Yes, I am.
All right, you have the floor. Thank you so much. You have the floor. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to appreciate the way topics for this event work out, because from what I'm seeing, it's obvious that my topic is a continuation from the panel discussion we just enjoyed. So to begin our discussion, I would like us to have this picture in mind. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. So I said I'd like us to have this picture in mind. Imagine you are driving down a busy road in Lagos, and then you notice a new AI-powered traffic camera installed to monitor speed, catch traffic violations. Now, note that the two things there is to monitor speed and then catch traffic violations, which of course is a step forward for road safety here. But after a while, you get to realize that there is an outcry. There are reports showing that the camera is misidentifying certain car models, and then there seems to be the camera bringing about red flags on cars from certain neighborhoods. At that point, you realize that there are privacy concerns flaring up, and questions around fairness will begin to emerge, and putting the authorities and the technology providers under intense scrutiny. So this goes to explain what AI is. I thought I sent my slides in, but I thought this was going to be displayed while I'm speaking. But whatever I'm saying.
Let me get it for you. 1 second. Apologies.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen now for the slide. All right, please confirm you can see my screen.
Yes, sure. Okay, so this gets to explain the definition of what AI is, as we can find there on our slides. And so you get to see that these technologies, it ranges from machine learning algorithms to natural language processing systems to robotics and autonomous vehicles. And the AI has become part of our daily lives. The benefits cannot be overemphasized, ranging from finance, AI technologies are being used for algorithmic trading, risk management, fraud detection, credit scoring, down to marketing. In fact, the list goes on and on. But one thing stands out, that as we keep integrating this AI into our society, so do the compliance challenges comes up. And in today's landscape, staying compliant is more than just avoiding fines. It's about public trust, fairness, and responsibility. So what today's presentation is going to do is to walk us through regulatory frameworks for AI, and then describe the primary problems that businesses, individuals faces, and then offers advice on best practices for remaining compliant. So to dive in, we are going to start with regulatory frameworks governing AI. Now, when it comes to AI regulations, every country is different. Some places are strict, others are still figuring it out. So we could just start with a little thing like this. Let's just put this into mind. Think of a country, let's say Nigeria. Where do you think it falls? Would you think that under AI regulations, it falls under strict, moderate, or emerging? Obviously emerging when it comes to AI regulations. But if you think of places like like China, you would categorize it into being strict because of how tight their data localization and privacy policies are. Not to talk of the European Union. In fact, these ones, they've set a gold standard. They have what is referred to as Artificial Intelligence Act. So this has been like a gold standard of which other countries are trying to emulate. And what makes this act very unique is the fact that it covers crucial issues such as transparency, copyright, and the hazards connected with AI use, offering a framework for the safe and ethical application of these technologies. But when you get to countries like Nigeria, you see that we are trying our best. For instance, in Nigeria, we now have Nigeria Data Protection Act, as Barrister Pamela mentioned earlier during our panel discussion. And so we have other acts, like in Nigeria, if you want to do anything with CBN, there are lots of laws you need to comply with, like the anti-money laundering law and the rest, even copyright acts too. And having had laws on AI, we also have specific laws too, sector-specific regulations. For instance, the General Data Protection Regulation, as we mentioned earlier. And then, like in the US, we have the California Consumer Privacy Act, and the list goes on and on. So having been able to identify these laws, of which I just like summarized it, there are so many other laws, because if you even want to include the standards, there are lots of standards like the OECD AI principles, which outlines guidelines for responsible AI use across industries. So there are lots of regulations, but that's just on the summary. So let's look at the key compliance challenges in AI. And I believe some of the things I'm going to talk about were already discussed during the panel discussion. So what I'm just going to do is just brush over just a little part of it. So talking about the key compliance challenges in AI, the first thing that comes to mind is data protection and privacy laws. Now, think about this. Say you are using AI to screen job applications. Obviously, when you send out the post that you're hiring, lots of applications will be coming in. So now, where do you think the compliance risk will be? Definitely in privacy and bias, isn't it? So data privacy is a very huge one. Regulations like the GDPR in Europe, also in Nigeria, through the Nigeria Data Protection Act of 2023, requires transparency and clear user consent for any personal data used. But how can they go about this when they have such huge data they are working on? This poses a challenge. In fact, obtaining meaningful consent for AI data processing also poses challenges due to the complexity of AI algorithms, which Barrister Pamela also touched on. You realize that many authors uses this word, it's a phrase, no doubt, it's a black boxes. So AI algorithms are being referred to as operating as black boxes. Why is it that way? Because sometimes it is difficult for you to understand how these algorithms work. So when it's like this, individuals may not fully comprehend the implications of consenting to data processing by AI systems, and then it leads to concerns about consent, lack of transparency, trust, and the rest when it comes to AI technologies. So that's just one of it. Another issue we have is the intellectual property when it comes to AI. Of recent, I even learned that there is a way you can just tell AI, okay, I want to produce a song, so help me write these lyrics and then sing it for me and all of that. So AI will just produce a very beautiful song for you. And then at that point that AI has produced that work, who would you then say is the owner of this work? Are you going to say is AI, or are you going to say is the individual who brought up all of this into action? So that's where we have challenges when it comes to intellectual property, being able to discern the authorship and ownership of works and inventions. Then we have the cross-border data transfers. You realize that for instance, Facebook, WhatsApp, and the rest that we are using. These are apps that deals with cross-border data transfers from Nigeria to other parts of the world. And you realize that different countries have their different regulations. So how do you integrate all of this with the different legal standards and cultural norms regarding data protection? So the inability to harmonize these regulations brings about a challenge when it comes to compliance with AI. Now, going to navigating compliance, which happens to be the main issue or the crux of my discussion now. So there are lots of ways we can go about, but I'm just going to mention a few of them. So there are steps to navigate compliance for AI. And the first one I'm going to talk about is understanding the regulatory landscape. So the first step in navigating compliance is to properly understand the legal rules and laws that govern AI in your particular jurisdiction or where you carry out your business. So many countries, including Nigeria, they are creating AI-related policies, as we mentioned earlier. And just as we mentioned earlier, in Nigeria, we have the Nigeria Data Protection Act. So you have to make sure that whatever you're doing goes in line with this act. And in the fintech sector, remember we talked about CBN's anti-money laundering legislations. So if you are dealing with finances like the banking sector, you have to make sure that whatever you do goes in line with these regulations. So by navigating compliance, you have to first of all understand the regulatory landscape of your jurisdiction. Then the second thing to do is to build compliance into the AI development process. While we're having the panel discussion, I saw that somebody included in the chat said that AI compliance should be built into whatever one is developing, whatever project you are developing. So we have to ensure that compliance is integrated throughout the AI lifecycle, from the design to the deployment of it and all of. So you can do these examples of ways you can go about this is, for instance, prioritize data privacy and security while designing. So you have to make sure that you include things like anonymization, like animosity. You make sure that there is a room in a way that somebody can be anonymous when it comes to data, like the person does not want his true identity to be revealed, or if the person says that, okay, at this point, I want so data to be brought down, you understand? So there should be that possibility in your AI technology that you can bring down certain information, because there is this case that one time came up that somebody was accused of, had allegations and was taken to court, and after which the court decided on it, and after the decision realized that some newspapers were still carrying up these allegations. So the person said no, that these allegations should be completely deleted. Why? Because the court has already decided on it. So the newspaper refused to do that, and the person took the newspaper to court. So you have to make sure that your AI development is done in a way that you bring about all of this into play. And you have to make sure that there are regular audits and assessments. And then to give an example to this is, for instance, a Nigerian loan app should audit its AI credit scoring algorithms to prevent unfair discrimination against specific economic groups, which may contravene the NDPA, that is the Nigerian Data Protection Act, and fair lending rules. So that's just an example of making sure that you build compliance into AI development process. So another thing you can do to navigate compliance for AI-driven system is conducting ethical and fairness reviews. So AI systems must be free from biases that could lead to legal and reputational risk. And so one of such is fairness audit. So regularly audit AI systems to identify and mitigate bias. This is especially important in sensitive areas such as the banking sector, even in the law enforcement area, where AI decisions have significant impact on an individual life. So you have to make sure that you bring in this fairness audit into play. Then the next thing on our list is establishing clear accountability and liability. And I think this was touched partly during the panel discussion. One of the biggest challenges in AI compliance is determining who is accountable when things go wrong. So clear accountability structures are very essential in order to be able to navigate complex compliance requirements. This could range from who has the responsibility when it comes to the design and training of AI models, who has the responsibility when it comes to the outcomes of automated decisions, or the ongoing monitoring and compliance with legal standards. So you have to make sure that all of these responsibilities are being accounted for so that when problem comes up, you know who to send the liability to. In most cases, legal frameworks may hold the creators or operators of AI systems liable for damage caused by these technologies. An example is what Barrister Pamela mentioned earlier during the panel discussion. So the company was held liable to whatever problem that came up out of it. So majority of the legal frameworks have made this possible. So to ensure that you've been able to comply with all of this, you have to make sure that you bring about these strategies so that people who are meant to be accountable, will be accountable. Then the next one on my list is maintaining transparency and explainability. Now, AI systems often function as black boxes, as we said earlier. So you have to make sure that the decisions you take or whatever you do with it is clear and explainable. Now, an example to this is that of a Nigerian digital bank that uses AI for lending decisions. I still like this example because I feel it's explanatory much. So that's why I like to use it. So as I said, the example is that of the Nigerian digital bank that uses AI for lending decisions. So they should be able to explain to their customers why they were denied a loan. They have to provide a clear and fair rationale for the decision to avoid legal disputes. Even as something that might seem minute, which to me it's not, going to the hospital and then they want to take your blood, they should be able to explain what they are going to do with your blood. Like everything needs to be explainable for you to be able to understand. And then you now give your consent, then they now go ahead to do whatever they want to do. At that point, you see that you will be able to comply with the laws. Another thing on my list is disclosure. That's disclosing AI use. So be transparent with the people you are dealing with. Like Pamela mentioned, data subject, you have to be transparent with them about what you are going to use their data for, how you intend to process it, and after processing this data, how do you even destroy it? Because the law makes provision for data life cycle. So starting from when you collected the data down to when you are destroying it, even the minimum at time that you can keep this data with yourself, the law provides for it. So you have to make sure that you work accordingly, disclose everything. For instance, in the healthcare setting in Nigeria, an AI system used for diagnosing patients must comply with health data protection laws and then ensure the security of sensitive patient information in order to protect it from being breached. So it's not a situation that I go to the hospital and I disclose that, oh, okay, I'm an HIV patient. And the next thing is that I'm seeing my name on the TV and all of that. So it doesn't make sense. So you have to make sure that you disclose everything and work, especially in implementing security measures to make sure that there is no breach. Another thing on my list is engaging with regulators and legal experts. This is very important because some people seem to underrate this. For instance, now you want to do something, you're not engaging the lawyers who are competent in these areas. You realize that when things goes wrong, what you get to go through as per rectifying it will be even much when compared to including these ones from the onset. So you have to make sure that in building AI or in using your AI, you are engaging with regulators and legal experts. Now, talking about regulators, in Nigeria, for instance, we have an agency That's the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA in Nigeria, which deals a lot with technology. So if you are developing an AI, these are the agencies you should work hand in hand with. We even have others like NOTAP and the rest. So you have to make sure that you work hand in hand with these ones and then consult with legal experts. When you work with legal experts, these ones will help to ensure that AI systems are compliant with all relevant local and international regulations. Legal experts will be able to provide you with the guidance on complex issues like liability, intellectual property. So please do not underestimate your ability to consult with these people, because they will really help you in making sure that your compliance is seamless. So another thing on my list, which happens to be, I think, H. Yeah. So that's governance, risk, and compliance in AI. So governance models are essential for ensuring AI systems as they are being developed down to where they are being deployed. So you have to make sure that this is done responsibly. This includes establishing leadership roles, setting clear ethical guidelines, and developing oversight mechanisms. AI governance frameworks from organizations like OECD provide useful templates for this. So you can go through it and then see how you can employ this. So, and I also like to mention that there are new tools that are emerging, which can also help individuals and businesses to meet AI compliance requirements. So you can look out for these tools and see how you can bring it into your project. So in wrapping this up, I would want to take us back to the Lagos street camera example. You know that when technology impacts people's daily lives, compliance, as we said, isn't just about legalities. It's about building systems that people can trust. So as AI continues to evolve, compliance will guide us in creating technologies that is not just innovative, but responsible. So having presented this paper, it is my hope that as we build our own AI projects, as we continue to use the emerging ones, we see compliance not just a hurdle, but a way to strengthen the integrity of what we are doing in order to be able to create a future that is safe, fair, and trustworthy for everyone. Thank you so much.
Awesome. It's an amazing insight session. Thank you so much for that presentation. I think we have somebody that raised up his hand. Richard, do you want to ask a question or you drop it in the chat before our next speaker?
Yeah, I want to ask a question. Can I go ahead?
All right, please. Yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
So let me just use the opportunity to thank all the speakers. Right. So my question is, looking at as more companies, more organizations are adopting AI to actually optimize their work. You see that these laws, as I'm listening to these laws, it seems like the laws are actually made for more like organizations and people who go against the law. How about when AI actually go against an individual? Say, for instance, in academia, once you write a thesis, without using any AI, AI can actually look at the similarity between words and between letters and say the part of this thesis is actually AI content, AI generated. And this can go ahead to govern decision of the board against that student. So are there laws that are generated in this kind of situation to help people who are actually not organization, who are just users that are in this kind of context?
Okay, thank you very much. So to answer that, as I said earlier, some countries have already brought up laws that governs that, like the European Union, as I said earlier, there is a law called the Artificial Intelligence Act, which covers majority of this. But country like Nigeria, we are still in the emerging process. So we are yet to develop laws that governs most of these things. So that's why this takes me back to the discussion that happened between Madam Emedom and Barrister Pamela when they were talking about laws comparing that of Nigeria with people, the ones outside the country. So you realize that, for instance, let me use this case of FCCPC and Meta case that is going on in Nigeria. You realize that what they are doing is pretty cool, yeah, but you're going about penalizing these people. I look at the amount of money you are using to penalize these ones. Whereas why are they doing this? Because in US, they actually did, the Meta did something of that nature, that data breach, and they were penalized and they paid. But you cannot compare what happened in US with what it is in Nigeria, because even looking at the number of people that are using these things compared with the people out there, it's not the same. So these ones might even decide that they're even leaving the country and all of that. So rather than going about penalizing, which of course is in line with the laws, that just the way it is in GDPR, why not go through another method? You understand? So I feel that, like in our laws, we are yet to cover some of these AI technologies. So while we keep on researching and working on it, hopefully our legislation will be able to cover it up.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Barrister Emedom, for that insightful session. All right, we'll be jumping into our next session. Thank you so much, Richard. I can see your acknowledgement. We'll be jumping into our next speaker, and the person that will be taking us in our next session is Olawale Moses Oduleye. The topic you'll be taking is LLMs as security analyst sidekick, superpowers, the witnesses, and a dose of caution. So Olawale is actually a full stack AI engineer. Olawale, are you on the call so you can take us for the next session? Hi, Olawale. Are you on the call?
Yes, I'm on the call. Good
All right.
afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Okay, just a minute.
While we're waiting for Olawale, please, if you have questions so far in the chat, you can be dropping them in the chat about all the sessions. Some of our speakers are still on the call to answer those questions in the chat for us.
All right. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, I can. I can see your screen here.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olawale Moses. Thank you so much, and I want to thank everyone for joining this conference. I'm also grateful to Emmanuel for giving me the opportunity to share. So I'll be talking about LLMs as security analysts, sidekicks. You know, sidekick is someone that you go to for assistance, or who's your buddy that you go to do things together. So it's just going to be a short talk. Let's meet Mr. Bruce Wayne, also known as Batman. He is like the chief security officer of his company, which is Gotham City. Is the professional in charge of security alerts, code reviews, threat reports. He's employed in the company to manage and to ensure the security of the code base of the application that is being run in that company. But Batman seems to be like the guy in charge of Gotham City. So a day in the life of Batman is like this, trying to manage security assessments, security reviews, threat modeling, and security response. So a lot of things happen during the day, trying to ensure that vulnerability tests, analysis, code reviews are being compliant, and there is being adequate response. So the major thing that we realize is that most security analysts are being overwhelmed. There's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of things to attend to. There's a lot of alerts coming up. And if you work in a big company where there's a lot of big data coming in, with the proportion of big data coming in, it's also with the proportion of security threats coming in, a lot of threats coming in. And the question is, how do you respond to these threats? The only way you can respond to these threats is if there is a mechanism to be able to solve these things and to be able to ensure that there is solution, there is a response to each of these threats, is if we have good assistance from AI. So I'd like us to meet LLMs, which are what we call sidekicks for the security analyst. LLMs are basically data that is being trained, large corpus data that is being trained on very large amount of text. We're talking about petabytes or terabytes of data, very large amount of data. And the architecture used to develop or to create these LLMs as what we call transformers, which are special neural networks that can predict the next sentence, or they can predict the next structure of words. And these transformers are being trained repetitively and iteratively till the accuracy is acceptable enough, until what they can predict is actually the same as the actual outcomes, till their predictions are almost similar to the actual outcomes. So when we have LLMs which are predicting nice text, who are very good at predicting text, you've trained them on normal text, you can train them on code reviews, on codes, you can train them on applications also. So you can also you can apply these LLMs to train them on security analysis work. So in my next slide, we'll be talking about how LLMs can come to the rescue. Number one is incident response. LLMs can be used to prioritize incidents by assessing their potential impact and urgency. It can be used to categorize if this particular report is urgent, or if it is if this issue is not really necessary, is not as urgent as the other ones. LLMs can be used also to detect if there's a particular issue that is ongoing and be able to trace the root cause analysis. And it's also being used currently for code reviews. And we realize that the code reviews, the code that is being developed from the updated versions of the LLMs has found that security flaws are beginning to reduce compared to when you have just 1 or 2, 3 developers working. Then we also have security documentation. So the LLMs are very good in generating content, generating text. So they can also be used to generate policies, since once they are being well trained in the policy documents, several policy documents, they can come up with better policy documents and make it easy for you to generate documents, rather than you trying to crack your brain to come up with something, or you're having writer's block. With LLMs, you can easily come up with a policy document. But there are some issues with using LLMs. The number one issue is that we have issues of data privacy. With these recent LLMs, which been trained on a lot of people's data, on a lot of people's private data, an attacker can be able to merge integrate with an LLM and match it with several site sources and be able to triangulate and pinpoint people's data and be able to identify people using data privacy, or companies' proprietary application functionalities being developed can be exposed unknowingly to the outside world, and it can lead to intellectual property theft, not just only in content, but also in code development. We also have model bias and discrimination. At times, the models can discriminate because of the large text that they've been used. So their judgment is going to be based on the text. So if the text is not updated, if it's not current, it's going to use what it has been used to train it. So it's always going to use exactly what it has been trained up to the date by which the training was completed. So that's why it is always required that we always try to update our LLMs or our fine-tuned or refined LLMs. Then also, at times, LLMs are not perfect. They can come up with mistakes, errors, and that is why it's always good that you know exactly what you are doing while you are consulting with an LLM while doing your work. Now, one of the things we can do is, as you're working with LLMs, is to ensure that, number one, your data, your LLMs, the private ones, are being fine-tuned and is being regularly updated. As you use the LLMs, always use updated ones. Then also number two is LLMs should not be the ones having the driver's seat. It is always supposed to be a human in the loop. That is the major idea. Leaving the old driver's seats or security analysis to just LLMs or LLM agents is a call for disaster, because a lot of things can go wrong. Then also try to avoid LLM dependency. At times, you can find developers or security analysts entirely depending on LLMs without ensuring that they use their human intuition to be able to diagnose or to checkmate or to benchmark what the LLM is doing. Now, what's the future of LLMs with as we move on, as we go ahead? We find out that LLMs are going to become more and more prevalent. There's a rise of LLM agents. And as we move on, we see there's going to be a lot of more security threats. So this is not a time for us to be afraid of, oh, we are not going to use LLMs or we are stalling using LLMs. I think because it is with the recent security threats that we have been seeing are more AI motivated on AI powered. So there's no other way, like the earlier speaker said, that if threats are coming by the power of AI, there's no other way by which to respond by using AI to respond to the threats. Also, LLMs are going to be so powerful to be able to detect the next line of action or the next point where threats are going to come. And we've seen this being employed in AI, in Meta company and being Google, being able to use LLMs to be able to respond to threats. So basically, as a security analyst, you see yourself more using LLM as a security assistant to help you to achieve results. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for that insightful session. Lordy. Actually, as you are going through your presentation, what was coming to mind was one of the Microsoft's Copilot, which is a security copilot as an LLM, right? To actually help the SOC analysts with threat investigations and also remediation. Thank you so much for that insightful session. If you have any question in the chat, please, you can actually drop your question in the chat while we move into the second panelist session. I mean, you don't want to actually miss a session. So for our second panelist, right, we have I want to quickly share my screen. 1 second. So we have Olufon as one of our panelists. Then we also have Adiola Adeniji. If you are here, you can just say hi to the audience. Then we have Nusa as one of the panelists, who is actually a network security engineer. Then we have Barrister Sulaiman Abdurrahman, who is a cyber security law. Mr. Muyiwa Olufon is actually a security professional, while also Adiola Adeniji is also a security professional. If you're here with us on this in the sessions, can you please indicate, please, so we know that you're actually here.
Hello.
Hi, Nusa. Hi. Do we have Muyiwa on the call?
Yeah, Muyiwa Olufon here. Hi.
All right. Thank you so much for joining the session. So we are going to jump into the session real quick so that we can actually see how far we can go with the kind of questions. Now, the first part of the session question will be actually be focusing on. So the panel session is actually focused on the role of AI in cybersecurity partnership, necessary evolution or risk dependence, right? So from as AI becomes more integrated into cybersecurity, do you see it as a necessary evolution for defending against increasingly sophisticated threats, or does it introduce new threat on its own that could weaken our defenses? So I don't know if we all want to go first with that.
Yeah,
Do you
sure, not a
see?
problem.
All right.
Yeah, so for your first question, that's the role of AI in cybersecurity partnerships. AI has definitely revolutionized cybersecurity, right? The speed and accuracy of threat detection has drastically improved because of AI. It's probably accelerated the advancement of cybersecurity, especially cyber defense. The kind of data volumes we're having to deal with as cybersecurity professionals will typically overwhelm human analysts, right? So quicker reaction times to potential threats is something we've all benefited from. The problem, though, is an over-reliance on AI would lead to gaps in our defenses because the human factor, human experience has always been fundamental in driving resilience and driving our cyber defense, right? So maintaining that balance is quite important because while automated solutions will handle repetitive, data-intensive tasks, human oversight is very important to interpret complex scenarios and make certain critical decisions. Execution of strategy cannot be done by AI. Enhancement and enabling that strategy can be driven by AI. So ensuring that balance exists is quite important.
All right, thank you so much. Before I move to the next speaker, in addition to that, from your experience, how has AI been applied, and are we at risk of overdependence on automated solutions?
I didn't get the first part. How has AI?
In your experience, right? How has AI been applied from your work, and also are we at risk of overdependence on automated solutions?
So in my experience, and just to provide some insight into my experience, my most recent role, I'm a senior director at the Fortune 100, right? And one of the functions that I'm responsible for is cyber defense. Now, AI has been able to pretty much automate most of the L1 SOC work, right? Email security, phishing emails that are being reported to security operations teams, triaging very low-level emails that might be suspicious is done independently by AI, right? Processing data coming into the cybersecurity data lake is all done by AI. So my experience has been quite impressive. It has also reduced the cost of cybersecurity. So instead of funneling all my security events into my SIM, I can leverage machine learning and AI to pretty much reduce my costs and not necessarily pipe all my logs into my SIM, right? So I've seen that happen. I've also seen AI help in execution for GRC, right? I've seen LLMs being applied to risk registers for risk decision making. I've seen AI being applied to zero trust, especially where identity becoming the new parameter means you need to make identity-based decisions. So I've seen AI help that evolution, right? But the overdependence is definitely a risk, and maintaining that balance is important. Overdependence in that While AI will typically have a 99.9% success rate, 0.1 is massive when you're dealing with a large organization that has to deal with millions of alerts, right? So from that perspective, it's maintaining a balance, like with everything else, right? It's just making sure that balance is put in place. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for that insightful session. The next question, I want to go to Adiola Adeliji, right? Adiola, so from the first question now, do you see AI as a necessary evolution for defending against sophisticated threats? And does it actually introduce a new threat that could actually weaken our defenses? What do you, Adiola?
Yeah, thank you, Emmanuel. You have pretty much said most of it, right? You pretty much use AI to automate some mundane tasks, right? So you want to process certain things, you want to have activities that are probably mundane or time wasting, for example, right? You want to automate all of this, and you pretty much leverage AI to do most of all of these things, right? But like you said, you're always going to introduce new risks, right? You can't have a high over dependence on a machine that was actually trained by a human. There are always going to be gaps, for example, in things. So it's pretty much going to act based on what it's told to do, right? So for example, new vulnerabilities are coming up every day, new gaps are coming up every day. You really can't cater for all of this, right? And that means you have to keep training and keep training. So does it pose new risk? Yes, but does it make life easier on the other hand? Yes, it does, right? So it can really reduce your turnaround time in terms of triaging, for example. So you mentioned things like mundane tasks done by L1s and L2s, for example. You can pretty much reduce the turnaround time in certain triage activities, right? By having AI do most of all of this and clean up for you for a case of most of the time false positives, right? And gets you to concentrate on what is actually core for you. So yeah, that's my
Thank you
input on
so
that.
much for that. Thank you so much. So just like I asked Muyiwa, a follow-up question. So as an application security engineer, how has AI been applied? And are we at risk of over depending on the automated solution?
So in my case, we've seen AI being applied in triaging, for example, right, and processing lots of things. So you have, for example, your mundane tasks. You have the daily checks, for example. You have filtering, for example. You have log processing, for example. You mentioned the case of if you have a large data lake, for example, you want to have an AI pass to your data and then give you filtered output that is easy to use or work with, and then for the triage, right? So in my case, that has been the case. So you have people do all of this. You have colleagues and you have members do all of this for you. Right. And you stand at risk of overdependence to a certain point when it looks like a piece of cake. So for example, and you also touched on something where it reduces cost. But if you come from an organization where they are more on cost cutting, you end up seeing management saying that, hey, we want to cut cost. And this can also impact your ability to deliver, right? And then when they see you being able to reduce your turnaround time or activities from 3 hours to 10 minutes because you have AI involved, yes, it can actually also bring about that particular risk. But you really can't replace the human factor in this, right? If you really want to get the job done, you have to use a human. And AI is just as perfect or as functional, right, as the person who trained it. And it's expected that humans are always going to be smarter than machines because why they were designed and used by machines, right? And so you can't really have that dependence. Are we going to get to have a situation where AIs are much better, smarter, are able to cater for things in a faster way, for example, exposed to a large amount of data, for example, to train it to do work more efficiently? Yes. But you still need the humans, for example, to put in guardrails, right? To put in conditions, to put in preventive measures from having that escape, for example, from the norm, right? And so yeah, that's that.
Thank you so much for that insight, right? Thank you so much. Now I'll be going to Nusa, right? Nusa, so do you agree with what Muyiwa and Adiola have said about AI posting new risks? Then in addition to that, from your experience as a network security engineer, right? How is AI being applied, and are we at risk of over dependence on automated solutions? Over to you, Nusa.
Okay, thank you very much, Emmanuel. Okay, for me, AI has been applied in application security in several key areas, enhancing the ability to detect, prevent, and respond to threats more efficiently. So AI is very important, and many security solutions now incorporate machine learning and artificial intelligence capability into their products. You see the likes of Palo, Cisco, Checkpoint, they've all incorporated all of this into their products. And because they've also recognized that the attackers are also leveraging on AI to increase their speed and sophistication. So it's just important to fight AI with AI. It is essential to just do that. So AI is actually very important in fighting security. So regarding over dependence, for me, I would say that it's it's steadily increasing. But whether we're over relying on it, it just depends on organizational need. And most importantly, is to find a balance. So while AI greatly enhances speed and efficiency, over reliance can lead to so many vulnerabilities, such as exploitation of AI systems. Of course, my colleagues have already mentioned here in the panel that the false positive negative alerts, and of course, skill degradation. You know, over reliance on AI might decrease human expertise, and we cannot rule out that human expertise is very involved and is very important in AI. You cannot just 100% trust an artificial intelligence tool which was also designed by humans. So you also need that human expertise to be involved in it. So I would just say that is to find a balance. That is in summary.
All
Because it's
right, thank
humans
you.
that will still do the regular review and updates and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that insight. I'll be asking our last panelist, Barrister Suleiman, right? So as a legal practitioner, are there any legal and ethical implications of relying on AI in cybersecurity, especially when breaches occur or AI systems fail? Barrister, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much for that question. So now we are in an age in which data is very valuable to the extent that governments and organizations have woken up to the fact that we need to safeguard our data. That's fine. We need to there's the need to embrace innovation and automation to make tasks easier and faster. However, we have to make sure that there is regulatory supervision and we also have to make sure that the activities in which we use AI in cybersecurity are being thoroughly monitored, because in the long run, where cyber attacks occur, the organizations which deploy these cybersecurity solutions, AI cybersecurity solutions, will always be held liable, because they have a duty of care to their customers, and to their users. So regardless of the fact that they may feel that the AI is an entity, a different separate entity on its own, just like one of the previous speakers said in the first panel session, we also have to look at the fact that the companies must respect their users with the data that they hold. So the same duty of care in which they are held to when they deploy the normal cybersecurity measures they use, is also the same duty of care. This time around with AI, they even have a more advanced duty of care that they need to be held to, that they need to adhere to, because data now, with data, you can know everything about a particular person. So we need to ensure that that when we are using AI solutions in cyber, because cybersecurity itself is just to prevent the leak of data and nefarious people using data for evil actions. So we also have to make sure that, in as much as we are automating our ideas, which is a very good thing, we have to still keep up with the supervision and the regulatory measures that are in place.
Thank you so much, Barrister, for that insight. Thank you so much. So we're going to the next round of our questions around human versus AI automation. Where is the balance? Now, for this session, we want to explore the relationship between AI automation and the need for human expertise, emphasizing the importance of collaboration. Now, the question for our panelists is this: has AI systems taken more tasks traditionally managed by humans? How do we ensure a healthy balance between automation and human oversight, especially in high-stake cybersecurity situations? Nusa, for you, as a network engineer, where do you see the line between tasks AI can handle and those that still require human intervention in network security? Over to you, Nusa.
Okay, thank you very much. So I would say the line between tasks AI can handle and those that require human intervention in network security is largely based on the complexity of the task. So you need to understand whatever you're trying to. So they need to contextualize and understand and decision making beyond predefined patterns. So you need to understand that. So I'll just give you a little breakdown of the tasks that AI can handle. So routine tasks like routine monitoring and threat detection, intrusion detection and responses, vulnerability scanning, data analysis and pattern recognition, automation, compliance and reporting, phishing detection. Those are the things that AI can handle effectively. Of course, they are time taking and they're mundane tasks. Imagine trying to scan a very large infrastructure. So you definitely need the help of AI. But there's some tasks that just require human intervention. That is the decision making. That contextual decision making, you need a human intervention because AI lacks the full context of network business goal. So human behavior and strategy, like you just need the human is needed for the judgment there. So you cannot roll human intervention there. Also, incident response strategy and coordination, you need human intervention. Then of course handling new and unknown traits, because AI relies on a pattern from historical data. So when there are new patterns, there are new traits, of course you need human intervention to understand and recognize the new pattern. Then ethical and legal consideration. Of course, you cannot rely on AI for that. So that's where you need human intervention. The tuning and improving AI systems and complex security architecture design. You need human intervention for that because you actually need human intervention for that. So that's the distinction. There's certain things that you rely on AI for, which I've already mentioned, and where you still need human intervention to oversee all of those things that you've relied on AI for. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that insight, Nusa. Muyiwa, this is for you. How do AI systems complement human analysts in security, and where is human intuition still critical? Still speaking about AI, human and AI automation.
Yeah, there are quite a few areas where AI does support humans. Preliminary data analysis is one, trend identification, threat prioritization, which pretty much frees up human resources to focus more on the strategic side of things, right? The intuition is very important where context or creativity is needed. And these are some of the things AI lacks, right? So AI will help you flag an anomaly, but only a human being can understand what are the wider implications in relation to the business and emerging threats. I think the other bit is, while you'd always need that human intuition, is AI lacks ethical judgment, right? So ethical judgment will be very important when assessing the impact of a threat across three areas: reputational, legal, and ethical, right? So that's an important side to it, right? That's a part that AI won't be able to replace. So for most of the operational tasks, you typically leverage AI. What I've started to see happen though is AI is beginning to aid strategic decision making. So when you're defining a cybersecurity strategy, there are 4 things to look at: incident look back analysis, threat intelligence, the risk within your environment, both internal and external, and other factors like what's your maturity level and your threat landscape. Aggregating 4 of these different areas is something AI can help with to then inform strategic decisions. So there has to be a balance, right? Operational manual tasks, AI has pretty much taken over that in cybersecurity, but human intuition continues to remain essential.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that insight. Adeola, do you want to add to that? How do AI system complement human analysts in application security, and where is human intuition still critical? Over
I
to you,
think
Adeola.
pretty much everything has been said, right? What I can simply add to it is that, like I said, you still need human intuition, right? And AI is still just a machine that is trained and given specific parameters to act on specifics, right? How do you guarantee that its actions are quite accurate? You need the human intuition to make sane judgment or proper judgment, right? In my experience, and when you think through sometimes, right, every company, for example, has their risk appetite, right? And then your risk appetite determines how you react on certain things, right? Are you willing to allow an AI to do certain things for you? Or are you willing to ensure that you take a closer look at this? So lots of factors come into play, right? But would it augment and help? Yes, it does a long way, right? But you still need a human factor, right? I'll give an example, right? I was recently at a C-level event where the CTO for Elastic presented a new functionality, Elastic Compute, an OSLM solution anyway, just to give an example. And then what it does is it tries all the alerts you have to give you insights. So for example, a case where you probably have like thousands of events, you can't go through all of them. You have 3, 4, 5 at best, an analyst going through all of this, right? So what it does is it compresses all of this for you and you see insights to give you a perspective of what has happened, right? And that's where you have the augmented part in which AI is able to complement and support humans, right? By reducing your turnaround time. However, the final decision on what to do with that insight is still left on the human. Are you going to react to it? Is it false positive? Is it what you've been taking a look at? Or is it just a compendium of alerts or events from systems that are not necessarily even critical to you, right? People have their crown jewels and they define crown jewels with different risk level, right? And so those are all of the things you can't really you can't depend on AI to just make decisions. You still need a human factor because, again, the humans understand the entire landscape, right? So what I consider critical and AI may not understand as critical. For example, all it understands is instructions to do A, B, C, D, E. And in such a case where a certain action or automation that comes from my AI can literally hamper my business, kill my business operation, or even bring me to a standstill becomes a problem, right? So you do not want to even leave that. But in terms of triaging, like you said earlier, turnaround time to resolving issues, right? It goes a long way. And Instance was a certain company that was able to reduce their turnaround time from triage, event correlation, whatever the case may be, from 6 months to 12 hours. I mean, to 12 minutes. That's a very, very long pressure. And that's what you can do with AI. But the final decision when it comes to ethics, understanding the environment and different key parameters that gives you operational efficiency, you still need the human factor.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Adeola, for that insight. This will take us actually to our next part of the discussion, talking about risks of over-reliance on AI. Can AI fully replace humans? Here, we want to examine the risks of over-relying on AI systems and whether AI will ever be able to replace human decision-making in cybersecurity. Now, the question to you, I'll be focusing more on Muyiwa and Sulaiman for this session. Now, can we fully trust AI to take over cybersecurity tasks? And what are the risks of over-reliance on AI? And what will be the consequences of sidelining human decision-making? We were over to you. Where do you see the limitations of AI?
Yeah, I think I mentioned it partially, so I'll just dig in a bit further there.
Yeah.
So the risks of over-reliance on AI are limitless, but the main risk is AI is trained on historical data, right? So AI is literally looking at data that's been fed to it previously. So it is always N-1 in terms of the amount of data sets it has. What that means is AI will struggle to prevent a 0-day, right? So a novel attack technique or complex social engineering tactics is something AI will struggle with because it would always be behind, right? Historical data is going to be historical data. As much as we try to make AI systems as real-time as possible, customizing a novel technique means there's a potential where AI is bypassed, right? The other bit is they can produce quite a few false positives. We've seen that. We continually have to fine-tune our systems to reduce false positives. And the only way to reduce those false positives is that human intervention to validate what are the real threats, what is the noise, right? I also mentioned the lack of ethical judgment, and we've seen AI systems get certain organizations in legal trouble, right? Especially in Europe, where there's a lot of privacy and there's a lot of employee rights. You could leverage an AI system for your insider threat program that allows you to determine the risk of an employee, right? We've seen it in solutions like some of the most popular social engineering, social awareness, security awareness tooling, where they have a fish-prone score for a user. Now, in some countries, that's not ethical. That is not allowed. How does an AI system distinguish between what is ethical and distinguish between what will have an impact to reputational, legal, and ethical areas for an organization? So these are some of the risks that you tend to find, right? So first, you may struggle with novel attack techniques because of the leverage, the reliance on historical data. And secondly is that lack of ethical judgment. Third is making sure you are able to leverage human intervention to validate real threats from noise. Yep.
Thank you so much. That was so insightful. Suleiman, Barrister. So I want to give us a legal perspective, right? What happens if an AI-driven security solution fails? Who is liable? Hi, Suleiman.
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. So where an AI-driven solution fails, the company that uses such AI solution will be held liable. However, the liability may also cross over to the creator of the AI solution, wherein it's not a custom solution, where it's an outsourced solution. It would be that AI creator would also be held liable, because they are meant to ensure that their system is tight and it's free from any vulnerabilities. Fine, we all know that in cybersecurity things move rapidly. That we can't say that you block all loopholes or all threats. However, the threshold that all cybersecurity professionals and companies are meant to hold, and all companies in general, organizations are meant to hold, is that you are meant to ensure that your systems are not to be compromised. Because what's in instance where a suit is being instituted, that's where they are being sued for an AI breach. What the court would look at is that where all measures in which this breach will have been prevented being put in place, and when investigation is conducted and it's seen that maybe there was carelessness or lack of upgrading their systems, such companies will be held liable and will be fined, because we have to look at the fact that it is people's data that are involved, that this is not just about my business, and also even in terms of the business perspective, the companies will also lose trust. And then with, just like I said before, data now is a very, very vital item now, like because with data, even countries, organization, companies now use data to run their systems. So wherein now have such a breach like that, we have to hold the companies and the AI creators. We have to hold them liable for the breach, and which the courts have have done, like even in several jurisdictions like the US and in Europe. So in line with the legal position of the court, I feel that the companies in which the breach occurred and where the breach occurred and the AI creators, wherein it is seen that the vulnerabilities came from their own end, so that they refuse to tighten their own ship to. I feel that both parties will be held liable, and wherein also there's also a third view, that is, in the instance where maybe some employees are also dissing, they would also be sued along with the companies and with the AI creators too. That is my view.
Thank you so much, Barrister Sulaiman, for that insight. So the companies that use the AI solutions as well as the AI creator be liable for it. Thank you so much. So we are drawing the curtain. So we are moving to the last part of our questions, right? In this segment, we want to look at AI impact, because I've seen some questions in the chat, right? And they are very interesting questions. So this is actually going to be part of the questions. AI's impact on cybersecurity skills and workforce development. Now here I want to discuss how AI is changing, the skill sets required in cybersecurity field and the potential impact on cybersecurity professional. Now, looking back to previous responses, AI taking over many traditional cybersecurity tasks, how is this impacting the skill sets required for security professional? Are we seeing a shift in how teams are structured or trained? How should organizations adapt their training to meet these new demands? I'll start with Muyiwa. How do you see AI impacting the future of cybersecurity skills in application security field generally?
That's a very, very interesting question. And there are different schools of thought on that, right? Some older heads would say we are getting softer because back in the day life was a lot harder, right? You typically had to learn the really hard way. I remember there was no Udemy, there was no YouTube. You had to, download CBT nuggets on a 50 kbs Reltel modem, right? In order to learn basic cybersecurity. Now you just need to get into a GPT and ask it a bunch of questions. But what has happened though is the landscape has changed from then. The threat landscape has changed, and we're not defending ourselves against people that are leveraging AI. Our attackers are leveraging AI, right? So we have to level up. Now, the opportunities for entry-level cybersecurity enthusiasts has never been even better than it is today. You can learn a lot faster. You see that the adaptability of entry-level enthusiasts to the tools that exist today is a lot faster, a lot easier, because the knowledge base has never been wider than it is today, right? It also means you can move on from L1 even faster, right? So if most of your L1 tasks have been automated, it means you can spread your focus into other areas. You could move up to L2 much faster than it took in the past. It also means that you are continuously updating the models and databases that AI leverages. And like I mentioned earlier, human intervention cannot be replaced. And I've seen this in real time, right? I've seen false positives being retriaged by entry-level analysts that have tribal knowledge of the organization and saying that doesn't make sense. We need to take a step back and reevaluate this particular alert. And most of the time, you find out that that human intervention probably saved the organization millions of dollars, right? I'm also looking at the rest of the question. Would large organizations employ beginners? Yes, definitely. I have employed quite a few beginners myself. I'm pretty sure most of the panelists have done that. And the expectations for entrants, learn a lot, right? I keep saying something, right? Which is, there hasn't been a better time to become a cybersecurity entry-level cybersecurity professional, right? And it's because there's so much knowledge out there. An example being this webinar, right? There's also the limitless opportunity of cybersecurity skills gap. Some people think is a myth, but I know how difficult it is to recruit cybersecurity professionals today because there's a lot of turnover, there's a lot of demand, and there are just not enough people able to support cybersecurity. So AI is only going to make that much more attractive, much more lucrative. And I need everyone to also put it in mind. We are not the only ones leveraging AI. Our attackers are. So we have to level up our arsenal. You don't go into a war with an AK-47 with a bow and arrow, right? You need to make sure you are up to date with your own defenses. So it's only going to increase the opportunities that exist for this enthusiast. And being able to adapt is inevitable. This feels like the dot-com moment for cybersecurity, right? Those that didn't move from typewriters to computers became obsolete. This is the typewriter to computer moment, right? So we need to make sure that we're adapting AI and embracing AI in order to ensure we don't become obsolete.
Thank you so much for that insight. We need to embrace AI. Adiola, in addition to your word we were said so far, are there certain skills that are becoming less relevant in cybersecurity? And are there new ones that I imagine that you would like our audience to be aware of? Over to you,
So
Adiola.
I'll piggyback on what Miwa said. There's never been a better time to get in cybersecurity space, right? And what I would simply say is learn fast. Learn smart, iterate fast, right? There are lots of resources out there. However, you tend to now see certain job roles, certain requirements tend to people with either data engineering experience or machine learning experience, right? So what I'll simply say is learn what's relevant to your field that makes you better positioned, right? While moving with the trend of things, right? No experience is insignificant. So for example, and this is me digressing, if you look at basic entry-level certifications in security, they give you the basics of almost everything, right? That gives you a ground knowledge, right, to pick up on. Right? So no knowledge is wasted, right? No skill or no experience is wasted. You'll be surprised that let's say bringing your experience as a network security engineer, for example, or you probably done something as a NOC, for example, and you suddenly find yourself in an L1 role, you'll be able to understand certain traffic patterns better. Why? Because you've had to deal as a network engineer, for example, you've been a network presenter once before now, right? So in the end, it's just understanding what's relevant to your role, right? Understanding skill set required to better enhance the job function you're working in, right? And just move up the ladder. It's just I won't say it's as easy as that, but it just never gets any better than that, so to speak.
Thank you so much, Adela. Link the skills to upskill. Nusa, I would like to ask you, has AI changed the type of expertise required for your job and your team? How should your organization adapt their training to meet these new demands as a network security engineer?
Okay. Thank you for that question. So yes, I would say that I think Miwa and Adela has pretty much explained part of it, why you need to upskill. But I'll just say because AI has significantly changed, traditional skill alone is no longer enough. So for my role as a network security engineer on my team, we clearly know that AI has driven security demand. So the need to improve our skill set is very, very important. So the couple of things that we do, I think we've already mentioned it in part of what we're discussing. I think everyone has talked about it, and so I'll just give one of the things that we do in my team that the need to upskill became very necessary. You run health check for an infrastructure that is very big. I'm talking about a financial institution that is really very big, have branches, a lot of branches all over the country. You want to run health check on the system. We did a simulation, human and each different people in the team participated in the exercise. They ran the health check manually, and it took 4 hours, 3 hours. I think the fastest was about 3 hours, 30 minutes. Some people spent about 4 hours, some others 5 hours, and so on. So with AI, and automation, this exercise took only 10 minutes when you run the script. So the focus has shifted. So there's a need now to learn new skill set like automation, scripting, So it has actually come to play. So it's just important that as technology evolves, the need to improve on your skill set. So because AI has come to help us, but for you to be able to manage the system, for you to be able to get up to keep up to date, because professional skill is not alone, it's not enough. So you need to level up. So you need to learn other skill sets like I mentioned, scripting, automation, threat intelligence, and even pattern recognition. So there's just a lot to learn. So it's just important that organizations start investing. Like my organization, we've started doing that, investing in areas that can help us navigate with this evolving demand of AI-driven security efficiently and effectively. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nasa, for that. And with that, we'll be rounding up our discussion. So I'm just going to pick your questions from our audience, our participants. I mean, and all our panelists have actually pretty much answered some of the questions from the chat. So I'll pick this last question that Richard was asking, right? I think we already even answered it, but I still wanted to answer it for the larger audience. So would you advise a cyber entrance to be cloud focused, since most organizations are driving, cloud world, hybrid, or starting from the on-premise level? Would you advise them to start from the cloud or still go back to the on-prem and learn the cybersecurity stuff? Emmanuel, can you take that off? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'll say both. The cloud has obviously gained a lot of traction in the last couple of years, but on-premise isn't going anywhere. Take Nigeria, for example. Literally every bank has an on-prem data center, right?
Yeah.
The fintechs that have adapted the cloud all have some on-prem presence, and there are reasons for that. There's regulatory requirements in Nigeria where certain financial data needs to be hosted physically within the country. The other bit is I've interviewed a few people, in some instances, DevOps, DevSecOps, and they've never heard or don't know what an Active Directory is, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
We've never had to do that. I've also spoken to people that have never seen a physical router before, configured a physical firewall. They typically had cloud instances of those firewalls configured, right? So from that perspective, I would say build both. As you're taking the AWS SAA certification, be looking at taking the old school Active Directory, be looking at taking the on-prem technologies that exist, right? Because it's the only way you're adaptable to both scenarios. What you'd also see is there's a trend. And I'm always going to take Nigeria and the global south. As the devaluation of currencies continues, so it's not just Nigeria having a devaluation problem. You're seeing that across the world, right? Across the global south. As economies get worse, what you're beginning to see is more organizations are saying, I'm not able to pay cloud costs in USD, right? Can we move some of our workloads back on-prem? Since we already have a data center, real estate is much cheaper, and human labor is much cheaper in the global south. So we're seeing a lot of organizations reducing their cloud exposure because of the costs and moving back on-prem. Having the capabilities across both environments is important. So I think to further buttress that response, right? One thing I think cybersecurity professionals need to do, especially entrances, look at the macroeconomic indicators for certain decision-making, right? What are macroeconomic indicators that would impact the organizations you want to work for? What decisions will they be taking, and how does that influence your career decision-making? So that's one area to also look at it as.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I can actually relate to what you said. Like when I started my career, I started from the cloud, right? So it was more of cloud security that I was doing. over time, as I begin to interact with cybersecurity, those that started from on-prem, I was seeing the need of going back to the on-prem, learning Active Directory, learning how to secure the Active Directory. Then I was working my way up there. So for me to be all-rounder, especially since in my current role, I had to work in an hybrid environment where I'm responsible for both our on-prem, our Azure, and our AWS infrastructure. So with the knowledge of Active Directory to actually help the entrance to actually gain that knowledge, all-round knowledge, where you find yourself in an environment where it is cloud only, because you have that cloud security knowledge, you can, defend against that environment. And if you find yourself where the environment is in hybrid settings, you won't have an issue. Thank you so much for all our panelists for this exciting session. So I want just to take a last word. I want you to give us last word for our participants today. And I'm going to start with Barrister Sulaiman. Last word for all our participants today. From you, please.
Okay. So in conclusion, we have to take into consideration the privacy factors involved, like with the use of AI in cybersecurity. However, with the privacy factors, we also have to look at the fact that this is an innovation that is built to make the systems run better and easier, like to also reduce the workload. But we should also, but then we should look at the fact that people's data are involved, companies' data are involved, and then sometimes we also have instances where companies also work with governments too. So we have to just look at the fact that we cannot do away with the regulatory oversight and like the human oversight. That we just have to find a blend for both to work perfectly. That's my conclusion.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Barrister. Thank you. It's a pleasure to actually have you. Nosa, over to you, please. Any last word for our participants for this event?
Okay. I'll just say that. I'll just say that the need to be able to maintain a balance between AI and human expertise is essential in cybersecurity. So while AI offers a lot, human insight is also very crucial to address complex threats and ensure comprehensive security. So that will just be my last one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nosa. Adiola, over to you, please. Your last word.
Well, AI is here to stay for a very long time, but I still don't think AI is going to replace the humans, right? And while we would leverage AI to make our job easier or make our jobs easier, right? It's still going to be here for a while. So on the human side, I would say keep learning, keep adapting, keep testing out as many tools, solutions, keep upskilling and keep upgrading yourself, right? In the end, you would always stay relevant because humans are still going to be needed to control AI or operationalize it for the next, at least for the next decade, so to speak, right? So yeah, that's that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Muyiwa, over to you. Your last word, please.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for hosting me. Thanks to everyone. It's always interesting when people come to hear what I have to say. It makes me feel important. So thanks everyone for giving us the opportunity to speak to you. The other thing I'll add is at the end of the day, we've had new trends, right? We've had next generation firewalls, we've had unified threat management, we had the SIM. I remember when SIMs became a big deal. Blockchain was something at some point, now it's AI. But at the end of the day, there are three foundational principles for information security: confidentiality, integrity, availability, right? Outside those three, the concepts remain the same. So as Adiola mentioned, continue to upskill, continue to learn, but remember the foundational principles remain the same regardless. So provided you stick to those, we'll all be fine.
Thank you so much, Miwa. And I really want to appreciate all of you for your time, for making this event so productive and also so insightful. I really appreciate every one of you. Thank you so much for coming. So I can see one of our panelists in our first panel sessions hands is up. Alessios, you have a final word you want to add to us from our discussion so far? Can you go ahead, please?
Okay, thank you very much, everybody here listening. Sorry for the rude interruption when I had the floor. It's part of the cybersecurity issue we are talking about. But I want to point out one thing. One of the panelists, Nosas, took one of my words, the words out of my mouth, and that is that we should be able to balance cybersecurity with the human intervention angle. Then the compliance, take note that it is important that all participants take note that everything data is guided by compliance. And compliance is for your safety. Let's see it that way. Compliance is primarily for our safety at that point of usage. So when we do that, let's use AI in line with regulatory provisions that seek to secure us. And also let's use AI in line with regulation that seek to enforce our respect for other individuals. And in all, one of the things I want to point out also is this: when we generate information or data from using AI, it is important that somewhere in the course of your write-up, if you are doing publications, for instance, you state that you consulted an AI, even if you are not stating the particular AI you used, because it will protect you from infringement of copyright later, so that in case your work is viewed and somebody lays claim to what is in your write-up, it will be seen somewhere that, oh, it was AI generated, and that may very likely exonerate you. That will show that you had willingness to reference, but because AI did not give you the source, you were constrained from referencing it. I do hope that this session have been value adding for everybody in attendance, including me. Wait, let me tell you a story I wanted to tell during my presentation. Sorry, moderator, for the time.
No worries.
Last 2 weeks, you see, I'm an investigator, I'm a compliance officer, I do everything financial crime compliance. I do a lot of risk management too. Last 2 weeks, no, not last 2 weeks, about a month ago, I was doing research on fintechs, and I went to AI. I decided to use AI when I wasn't getting the information I needed. I said, who was the CBN regulator, or what department in CBN regulates the fintechs? AI told me that, oh, it is other financial institutions department, OFIT. I wrote it down. In the course of time, I said, no, I'm not sure this is correct. I had to call somebody in CBN. Do you know that information was wrong? I got wrong information from AI. The department that oversees fintech is payment regulation or something like that. So it tells us we should go back, and while we are doing that, we should keep testing the information we got from AI and be taking notes that we got them from AI. You know, I've seen some people, beautiful write-up, but they were AI generated. It will not be out of place that you put a clause in the course of my article, I consulted an AI which wrote, you put that one whole paragraph there, so that tomorrow nobody comes to accuse you of plagiarism or any form of abuse. I do hope we've gained so much value here. I look forward to seeing us all again. It's interesting. Thank you to the organizer.
Thanks.
Thank you to the moderator. Thank you, co-panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alessios. It's actually a pleasure to have you. And thank you once again to all our panelists. You know, it has been so much an insightful session. I saw a comment that Richard said that this has been the best session this month so far. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you. I've learned a lot in this particular session. So we'll be jumping over to our next speaker. So we have just 2 more speakers. And after the speakers, we have a quiz sessions and we have prizes to be won. Right, so I want you to stay with us to the end of the event. Just 2 more sessions, and we are good to round it up. So we're trying to ensure that by 2 p.m. we end the session. So our next speaker is Ayomide Odukoya. Ayomide Odukoya will be speaking on AI as a 24/7 omnipresent security champion for all your teams. Ayomide Odukoya is a security engineer. Ayo, I don't know if you're on the call. Can you let us know if you're on the call?
Yes, hi, Emmanuel. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Good afternoon. I can hear you. All right, you have the floor. You can go ahead with your presentations.
All right, thank you very much. Just a few seconds. Sorry, you trying to share my screen?
Yeah, 1 second. 1 second.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here. It's a privilege to be here to present on AI. I'm sure we've all learned so much, especially from the last panel session. And okay, it's just waiting for slides to come up.
You're working on the slide? 1 second for your presenter, right?
Okay. Hi, Emmanuel, was it final?
Not yet. Not yet. Yes, please. You can check. You can check it now.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much once again. So hi everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Ayomide Odukoya, and I'll be speaking on AI as the 24/7 omnipresent security champion for all your teams. As mentioned, Ayomide, I'm a senior security engineer at Resident Software Security. I help organizations to build resident applications, build secure software. Also, I double as a penetration tester to test these applications to make sure that they're secure enough to see the light of day. And before we go into AI and all that AI can do and how we can use AI, I'll be speaking on the problem. In cybersecurity today, we have a $200 billion security problem that cuts across the entire ecosystem. And this problem stems from a lot of issues like we have noisy tools, we have alert fatigues for people in cybersecurity, from the SOC team even in vulnerability management. We have a lot of alert fatigue, we have a lot of false positives. Also, we have the constantly changing landscape. And you see, this problem also cuts across different types of organizations, from enterprises to startups to even SMEs and all of that. I mean, the average cost of a breach is about $4.5 million. And we've seen startups close just because of all the attacks. And they had to close shop because of a particular cyber attack that affected them, when they had to consider legal fines, recovery costs, and all of these things. And organizations have come today to ask themselves, oh, what's the particular problem that we're trying to solve? Or what's the particular problem that we can solve? Because as people say, problem identified, the problem half solved. So they've come today and say, see, the major challenge is that there's an overwhelming security landscape for security engineers. And this stems from, I identify them as 3 major things. we have limited security engineering teams in organizations. If you're in an enterprise, there you might have like maybe 20 security engineers to over enterprises can have like 4,000 employees. You can have maybe 2 software engineers. You can have 10 security engineers trying to map to 100 or maybe 150 software engineers. And even in startups, you have just one security engineer trying to manage the entire startup security front. So it's a whole lot of problem on the security engineering team's front. Also, we have bulky and fragmented standards. We have a lot of standards in cybersecurity, from NIST to ISO to GDPR. There's a lot of things, and these things are fragmented. They have their different spaces that they cover. There's HIPAA for health, there's PCI DSS, and for organizations, it can be bulky and fragmented for them to comply with them. And also, generally in IT and even in cybersecurity, you have the landscape, which is constantly changing. There were terms 10 years ago that weren't in fashion, like AI that we're talking about today, like cloud, blockchain. These things were not as prominent as they are today, right? The landscape is always changing, and I look forward to the next 5 years to see what the landscape will be then, right? And so organizations have identified that these are the challenges, and they started to ask themselves, oh, how can we solve these challenges today, right? What can we do to solve these challenges? And people have come up with solutions or initiatives like the security awareness training, where I'm sure some of us on this call right now, we've been in security awareness training where you've been trained on maybe identifying phishing links, trained on security awareness, how to think securely when you're putting information on the internet and things like that, right? Also, threat intelligence sharing programs. We've seen organizations in particular industries come together to share intelligence or how they can stay abreast of threats in their particular industries. And out of these things, we've seen best practices being made for particular industries. We've seen standards being reviewed by these organizations and industries. And I mean, it's been a really good initiative that companies have they've brought about, right? And finally, it's the Security Champions Program. And that's what we're going to major on today. So what's the Security Champions Program? Security Champions Program is a type of initiative that organizations have come up with to help the limited security engineering team issue or challenge. So the limited security engineering challenge, as I mentioned, we have few security engineers in organizations, right? And security engineering teams are complaining, oh, we can't manage everybody. So what they've come up with is to have individuals across the organization, so from different departments, from human resources, software engineering, different departments, right? People who show a level of interest in cybersecurity, and because of their level of interest, you can speak with them to do a few things in security, even in the existing position. So, for example, I like to use the example of software engineers, right? Imagine there's a software engineering team in your organization, and you have a security engineering team also, but there's a security bug in the code base. Maybe like you run your static analysis tools and they identify the security bug in the code base, and you have to take all, maybe before you understand the software engineers can understand that, what if this is a false positive or this is actually a real bug? So they have to reach out to the security engineers and have a meeting, find out, is this a false positive, eliminate false positives. It can be a whole lot. But if they have someone in their team, in their software engineering team, who's a senior software engineer, and this person has an idea or shows a level of interest in secure software, cybersecurity generally, right? And the person has been trained on coding secure software, like building your code or writing secure code and secure software generally, right? This person can help, this is an actual false positive, or this is a false positive, or this is an actual bug. And the person can help squash out issues really fast within that department before they can now move on to or escalating such issues that are higher than that to the security engineering team. And it helps the security engineers breathe a bit. Also, these people can help in scaling security programs, right? For security engineers here, I'm sure some of us, we faced resistance when we are trying to scale security programs across board. But with the help of security champions, they can help in scaling security programs even in their particular departments. And that's why they are really useful and helpful even in today's world. However, after these initiatives, security champions, or even all the initiatives you mentioned have been implemented, we've also heard from people that, we're having limitations, right, concerning these initiatives, concerning security champions initiative, right? And one of them is scaling coverage. right? Imagine you're in an enterprise and you have to identify out of 5,000 employees that how many people are truly interested in becoming security champions. It can be hard to scale such type of initiatives across enterprise. And even the next one in time constraints, right? If you remember that these security champions or these potential security champions have their particular roles and responsibilities that they've been employed to do or that they have to do in the organizations, adding the roles of being, or adding the tasks rather of being a security champion can be overwhelming for them in terms of considering time and all, and also expertise and knowledge gap. After some time, because of the constantly changing landscape, the knowledge that they've learned it's no longer useful. And it has to keep learning. And these people also have to keep learning the things that they focus on. So because of these things, it can be a huge problem, even scaling these initiatives in your organization or making them successful in your organization. And this initiative, or these problems rather, stem from the fact that these people are human. They're humans, and because they're humans, they have limitations, right? Time limitations, they have knowledge gaps, that they can't focus on learning so many, they're taking so much information, right? And just because of that, that's why we have these limitations. And that's why I think that AI is well planned to help us, even in this particular initiative or in this particular problem, in solving these particular problems, right? And we've learned a lot about artificial intelligence today, but artificial intelligence excellence in real-time pattern detection and in, taking in huge amounts of data and providing insights from that makes it very useful in cybersecurity. And we've learned a lot, and I don't want to dive into that, but specifically in detection, in defense, in attack simulation, in building secure software, two things that stand out for me is attack simulation. I've seen how people have simulated sophisticated attacks like distributed denial of service so that organizations can learn how to respond to these sophisticated attacks proactively. And even in building secure software, GitHub Copilot was used to identify 3 new 0 days, right? Even without the help of having people watch and figure out, is this a particular, after there was that, but the GitHub Copilot tool figured out that, these are bugs and we need to treat them or triage them. And that's the use of AI even in today's world. And that's AI generally. But today I want us to focus more on a particular case study, which is Resilience AI, right? And Resilience AI, what it is simply is it's an AI security platform that harmonizes your software environment and business context. So what this particular platform does is that it takes in your business context. It takes in, that this particular organization is a financial institution that serves over 500,000 customers, and it understands your software environment, it understands your tech stack. And because of that, it can then provide context-aware security insight. I'm sure most of us today, we use ChatGPT, we use AI models, even probably at work. And these AI models, because they're built for general use cases, they provide general answers. So if you ask a question to ChatGPT today, if you say, what are my top software security risks? Because ChatGPT doesn't understand your context, your business context. It's just going to tell you generally the top 5 software security risks for any organization, right? But Resilience is more specific, right? It takes in your business context and it says, because you're a financial institution and because you're building your application, your software product with Django or Python or JavaScript, it can tell you this is what you really need to focus on, right? And that's what I was talking about, right? How you can ask Resilience a specific question. So you can ask it, for example, what are the particular security standards that I have to comply with? And if you ask a general AI model that question, it will tell you, comply with PCI DSS, NIST, GDPR, ISO, and all of all. It just gives you a list of all of them. But because now Resilience takes in your business context, it understands that, you're a financial institution in Nigeria, and you should comply with PCI DSS if you have to store cards or if you work with cards and things like that. Or you should also comply with ISO 27001, or if you're a startup focused, you can comply with SOC 2. It just gives you that specific relevant output with your business context considered, right? And how does that work, or how does Resilience work underneath, right? And how it works is with the user. The bedrock of Resilience, what we have is continuous data integration, right? So it utilizes security books. Remember the challenge we spoke about of how there's a constantly changing landscape, and for the security champions, they have to always learn, like they have to go back and learn, or what's the ISO 27000 version now we are working with, or what's this particular tech stack, what's the update and all. Reslant already takes in all of those information and then can provide insights, right? Provide latest insights and strategies, right? Also, Reslant makes use of Gen AI and retrieval augmented generation systems, RAGs, right? Vector databases. And using vector databases, it can take in that's where it harmonizes your business context into, right? And then it can provide you specific answers from your business context, right? So using RAGs and using Gen AI, and finally mixes of cloud, right, for secure operations and faster operations. So it leverages cloud infrastructure to provide a secure and scalable environment and helping you to ensure that, this particular platform that you're using is actually secure and it's actually very useful, right? It can also process a lot of information because it leverages the cloud infrastructure. And benefits of Resilience, right? I already mentioned how it gives you tailored security insights, also reducing false positives. For software engineers, one of the issues, because I work with software engineers a lot, one of the issues that we always have in conversations is, this thing is a false positive, or this doesn't apply in this particular context, right? Because Resilience understands that context. You don't have to, as a software engineer, you don't have to wait to have a meeting and sit down with a security engineer and begin to discuss, right? Because you understand that it eliminates all those false positives, and then you can focus on what truly matters for your organization, right? Also in threat detection and response, it helps to provide faster threat detection and response. And finally, as I mentioned already, continuous learning and adaptation. So if you're changing your application, maybe you're moving from this particular version and you're switching to a new version, and you have that new version and you're going to use different technologies with that new version. Maybe you're going from on-prem and you're going to cloud, or you're going from on-prem and cloud and you're going to hybrid. Because Resilience understands that context, it can help provide guidance even in those particular situations. And that's very useful, right? And finally, I mean, people ask that, and we've spoken about security challenges. I mean, I heard Mr. Wali talk about security challenge and how data privacy is one. And because of how new AI is right now, data privacy is one security challenge that I know a lot of people are asking questions about. How sure am I that what you're training your AI model, you're not training with my particular data? And I know that organizations are coming up together to work together to ensure that there's responsible AI, to ensure that also, for example, in cloud, right, people are setting up isolated resources such that the data that your organization the data that your AI model is trained with is different from the data that your customer has. So you're not using your customer's data to train your AI model and things like that. And you can set up isolated resources, even using private clouds and things like that to help solve the issue of data privacy, right? And I know that this is going to continue to get better and better even as the years go by. And next up, finally, is where next on the AI trend, right? We already spoke about, for example, Resilience and how we saw the Security Champions program. But also, I believe that in the nearest future, we'll begin to see more AI-driven security operations center because of how AI excels at real-time pattern detection. And also begin to see AI models collaborate, AI systems collaborate. You begin to see SOC teams or SOC systems, right, collaborate even with different cyber systems that have maybe nothing to do with SOC for now, but in the future, we'll begin to see them collaborate because AI has the opportunity to leverage on a huge amount of data and then provide realistic insights, right? And I believe that in the next future, we're going to be seeing more and more of these things. And as we go, AI will not just be what we're going to focus on, right? We don't just want to leave in artificial intelligence to just do all of the work. But what would happen is that we would see artificial intelligence focus on the more repetitive work, the things that people have to spend time doing that can be automated and things like that. AI would focus on that, while humans can now focus on the more high-level issues, right, and deal more or squash more high-level issues, and it'll help us to save more time and even be more effective in our work. And that's what I conclude with, that yes, AI is going to be very useful it's here to stay, and it's going to be very useful even in our day-to-day activities as cybersecurity engineers. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you can just ask in the chat box.
Thank you so much, Ayo, for that insightful session. Do you have any questions from our participants? Please, if you have any questions, you can drop the question in the chat. Thank you so much. And we'll be moving to our last speaker for today, who is also the representative of our sponsors for this event. So I'll be sharing my screen to just quickly introduce the speaker. Then after the session, we'll have a quiz session. Yeah, so our last speaker for today is Uzochi Onyiri. He's going to talk to us about how Fortress ensures the integrity, availability, and privacy of data. Uzochi, if you're on the call, you can have the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please confirm you can hear me.
Good afternoon, I can hear you, but it needs to come up a bit.
Okay, how about now? Good afternoon. Our network
Yes.
is a bit patchy this afternoon. Can you hear me more? Oh,
Yeah, it's better, although it still sound muffled a bit, but it's better.
okay. A moment, please.
Okay.
Maybe I'll speak directly to my system.
How about now?
Much better, much better, loud and clear.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you, Emmanuel, and I'm very happy to be here this afternoon for this insightful event. I've gained a lot of knowledge added to the one I already have, and we are proud to be part of the sponsors of this event. My company, Zora Communication. Give me a minute to share my slide. Can you see my slide, please? Please confirm.
Yes, I can. I can see it. I can see a slide.
Okay. Trying to put in the presentation mode. And, aha. All right. Good afternoon. Sorry for the delay. All right. We're looking at us as a company, Zora Communication, who we are and what our products are. So we are a technological company located in Nigeria, but we have a wide regional presence in Africa. We develop and deliver excellent business solutions aimed at increasing our customers' revenue, enhance their satisfaction, and provide a real competitive edge for them. Now, briefly, let's look at our major products. We have Mirror and StableNet for observability, and we have Fortress for cybersecurity. We have our ZMAT and our ENSOR for our network infrastructure. So these are our core products as a company, Zora Communication. So for our observability, Mirror and StableNet, this it has to do with, helps us to manage an automated network and service management solution that we offer to our customers for end-to-end observability into their entire network infrastructure and automation. And this helps them to prevent hotspot and outright service failures. A unified vendor, agnostic cross-technology and cross-silo automated network and service management for telcos, MSP, ISP, SaaS, cloud, fintech, and data center, IoTs, and Industry 4.0 These are products, StableNet and Miro, gives them insight into their network. As for our infrastructure, we have our ZMAT and our NSOC. So our ZMAT is an automated sensor monitoring and management solution for complex interconnected systems for controllers, robotics, oil rigs and platform, and also smart homes and smart cities. Now for this discussion, we are focusing our solution, then Fortress. What is Fortress? Is a comprehensive, we are going to look at what Fortress is and how Fortress, our solution, helps to validate, helps to ensure data protection and what's my network doing? Sorry. Our solution, Fortress. Please pardon me, my network is fluctuating. I have to switch network. So our solution, Fortress, is a unified cybersecurity operational resilience solution that ensures the safety and privacy of critical data and integrity and availability. We all know that cybersecurity hinges on the CI triad, the confidentiality, the integrity, and availability of both the data and the IT infrastructure. So our solution, Fortress, powered by Zoracom, ensures these critical elements of security, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Now, how does Fortress do this? Or how does it ensure this? Or how is it programmed in collaboration with our SOC infrastructure? So Fortress gives you proactive network security monitoring. It gives you security incident and response, vulnerability management, compliance management. We have talked about a lot in this seminar, in this section, especially the panels, about compliance. So if you are not compliant, that's a problem. So Fortress also has an AI-driven intelligent, threat intelligence and security analytics. Fortress, and with our SOC team, we will provide our customers, our clients who subscribe to our solution, security training and education. So no matter how sophisticated your network infrastructure is, how sophisticated your policy in regards to security is, if the people using this sophisticated infrastructure, if they don't have the training they need, they will become the weakest link. And we all know that all the social engineering attacks, they focus on the human aspect, our emotions. That's our humans' emotions, our curiosity. I want to look at this. Let me click on this link. Let me do this. So if they are not trained, they are not enlightened with trainings and with seminars, they might be the weakest link. So we provide that too through our Fortress solution. So when it comes to network security monitoring, our solution continuously monitor your network activities and detect potential threats and breaches in real time. We use tools like intrusion detection system and security information and event management to analyze data log, network traffic, system events in real time, minimizing the window for attackers to exploit the vulnerabilities or weaknesses in your network. When it has to do with security incident response, our SOC team, using our Fortress solution, will respond with our excuse me, incident response team. We act swiftly to mitigate the impact when there is an incident. So they will follow a structured response plan, which includes containment, eradication, and recovery, minimizing downtime and preventing further compromise. So our team, we will also work to identify the root cause of that incident so that we will prevent a reoccurrence. Then with vulnerability management, Zoracom SOC team, using our Fortress solution,
we tend to continuously scan networks, your system, your applications, whether on-prem or cloud, your database, to detect known vulnerabilities. So with this proactive approach, we ensure that vulnerabilities are identified before the attackers exploit them. So compliance management, one of the critical services we offer at Zoracom through our Fortress solution and with our SOC team is to focus on regulatory compliance. Our team monitors activities specifically to ensure that your organizations are securely, they are practicing what their security posture are aligned with relevant regulations and industry standards. And throughout the discussion today, we have highlighted a lot of industry standards like the GDPR, the PCDA, DSS. In Nigeria, we will have our NDPR. In the fintech, we have the central bank and their own laws and standards. We have ISO 27001. So our solution helps you to be compliant, to manage the compliance and the challenge. To align with the current trends. So I will help companies, will help organizations to align with these changes, to manage these changing policies that these regulatory bodies offer. So, like I've said before, security training and education, we provide that too. Now, what are the value proposition you are going to have when you subscribe to our solution? It helps identify non-invasive vulnerabilities in your organization's entire system. Our solution also tracks changes and automates enforcement to ward off unauthorized access. Fortress proactively identifies threats to mitigate impacts, automates threat handling and reporting, secures your databases, and helps the organization maintain a strong, resilient security posture. It's a robust solution. As a robust solution, our Fortress, in collaboration with our SOC team, securely monitors, analyzes, investigates, and responds, and protects your critical digital infrastructures. If you're in the fintech, if you're in telecom, our solution is adaptable to any sector of the endeavor. Fortress incorporates the entire life cycle of your organizational security program, enabling you to manage both offensive and defensive operations to protect your organizational structure. Now, how does our solution, Fortress, ensures data security, availability, and privacy? Excuse me, like I last stated, cybersecurity hinges on keeping data confidential, making sure the data integrity is intact, making sure that both data and the infrastructure are available at all times. So when it comes to data integrity, we provide end-to-end encryption, we provide file integrity monitoring, provide automated audits and logs. When it comes to data availability, our solution provides access control and notification policies, stringent ones, so that the data and infrastructure are available to people or users who are authorized to use them at a particular time. It ensures business continuity and data loss prevention, provides backup in case of eventualities. Then how about data privacy? The solution implements role-based access control, privacy, first data policies, multi-factor authentication to ensure that your data, your infrastructures are accessed by people who are authorized to access it. Compliance and certification, our solution, and we as a company are industry standard compliant. We are ISO 27001 compliant when it comes to our country, Nigeria. We are NDPR compliant. And also we offer a regular, both internal and external audits, auditing your infrastructure with our solution to make sure that your compliant and your security posture is on the top notch. So in a nutshell, in conclusion, our solution, Fortress, is a robust solution which safeguards your data integrity, availability, and privacy through its multifaceted approach to cybersecurity. By implementing advanced encryption policy and real-time monitoring, our solution Fortress ensures data remains unaltered and secure throughout its life cycle, from rest in transit and also when it's stored. So Fortress ensures that data remains unaltered, addressing data integrity comprehensively. Its resilient mechanism, including automated failovers and rapid incident response, maintain high system availability, reducing downtime and ensuring uninterrupted access to critical data and services. Furthermore, our solution Fortress stringent access controls and user authentication policies, protocols that protect sensitive data from unauthorized access, upholding privacy standards in line with regulatory compliance. Altogether, our solution Fortress is a comprehensive solution that fosters a secure and reliable data environment, empowering organizations to operate with confidence in the face of evolving cyber attacks. We know that we cannot stop cyber attacks, but we do our best to be proactive to give them little or no room to attack by managing the vulnerabilities, 24/7 monitoring, and also ensuring that our team, our employees, our staff, the people that work with us, including third parties, the vendors that we outsource some of our operations to, are in line with regulatory industry standards. So we ensure that everybody is carried along. We provide the training, we provide the protection through our solution Fortress. Thank you so much for, I hope I didn't take much of our time.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Itoje, for that. And thank you to Zoracom for being our partner for today. Please, if you need to contact them, you have the contact details on the screen. Just take a screenshot of it and contact them. And if you have further questions for our sponsors today, I mean, these are solutions that will help your organizations. Never can tell how this solution can help you. Thank you so much for the sponsorship. All right, so we are actually going to the end of this event, right? So in the next 3 minutes, first of all, I want you to be ready. We're going to have a quiz. The quiz is actually 8 questions, right? In the 8th question, you have 3 minutes to answer the questions for the quiz. You have just 3 minutes to answer the question. And the number 1 and the number 2 questions are actually important because it's your name and your email, because that is how we'll contact you to give you your gifts. Is actually one of the prize I will assess the prize. So it's very important. The number 1 and number 2 question, which is your name. The number 2 questions, your email address. You actually fill those 2 in. If you don't fill them in, automatically it's disqualification for you. So I'll be dropping the link in the chat window for everyone. The quiz, I will need to actually reset the time. It was actually set to start from 2 o'clock to 2 p.m. So I'm going to reset to 1:57 p.m. to 2 p.m. right, so that we can actually start by that time. So I've dropped the link in the chat so you can actually open it while I edit the time. So I've exited the time. The quiz will start in the next 2 minutes by 1:57 p.m. and it will stop by 2 p.m. Are we ready? I want to get some feedback in the chat. Are we ready for the quiz? Are we ready for the quiz? If you're ready, just say yeah, I'm ready in the chat. Are we ready for the quiz? So our sponsors has an amazing prize for us. We're gonna have access to some awesome courses on Udemy, right? That's the prize for our winners for the quiz. So based on our sponsors, right, they are going to give us access to those courses on Udemy. All right, so we have less than 1 minute to go, so you can open the link. So again, remember your first name, your last name, and your email address, which are the first two questions, are very important for you to answer. Otherwise, you'll be disqualified automatically from the quiz. So the quiz has started. So please don't forget your first name, your last name, and your email address. Can you refresh Richard? Richard, it's going to start 1:57. You should have opened by now. Can you confirm? Refresh. You should have started by now, Richard. So again, don't forget your first name and your last name, then your email address. Awesome, awesome. Thank you very much, Chukwuebuka. There are some questions that require choose more than one option. You see, choose 3 options. Please take note of those ones as well. And they also carries higher mark than the rest. So there are 2 questions like that. Oh, you cannot see the link. Oh, sorry, you're just joining. Alicia, I just dropped the link for you, but I doubt if you can meet up because it's just 3 minutes. I've seen the first response. Fresh. I think the quiz will have closed now. Let me refresh because I'm only seeing 2 responses so far. I want to confirm, did you all submit the quiz? Because I only saw 2 responses here. Did you all submit the quiz? Okay, yeah, Aziz, I saw your response, and I also saw Sulaiman's response, just 2 responses. I only saw 2 responses. Did we all submit the quiz? Can you confirm for me? Was it challenge? Cannot submit. It should automatically submit for you once the time elapses. Let me check. Yeah, at the moment it's just set for 3 minutes, right? Once it's between 1:57 to 2 o'clock. So I only have 2 responses. Let me confirm. Okay. So for those that could not submit, I'm trying to confirm from our sponsors. I'm going to open the form again. But however, this first 2 that submitted, automatically they have number 1, number 2. So if you have other people, right? So I'm going to open the form again for us to try again. So I open the form again for sorry, 20. I open for 2:05 to 2:10 for another 5 minutes. So this time around, you'll be able to see your time. Be able to see the time. So you can open the form again. You can open the form again. So you have 5 minutes for this time. But automatically, the first 2 that submitted are already number 1, number 2. So that means even though you score higher than them, again, because we have a couple of prizes to give actually. So the form is open. Can you confirm if you can access the form? The form is open. So again, your first name, your last name, and your email address. Okay, okay, so I've submitted. Okay. Yes, submitted. Chukwuebuka, can you check? Can you check the form again? Can you check the form? Because we want to round up the event now. So the first 2 that's submitted, right? Let me go back to the response to see, so I can see 3 responses now. So the first that submitted, which is Abdulaziz Mohammed, is called 10/10. So he's the first for this quiz. Then the second person that submitted alongside with him as well, Sulaiman. I think that should be a barrister. Let me check again. Sure. Sulaiman Abdurrahman, right? So that's a number 2 already. I can see 4 people submitted now. You want to submit, but the network went down. Yes, you still have 3 more minutes. Can you switch your network? You still have 3 more minutes. Femi, can you switch your network? You still have 3 more minutes. Yeah, I'll open it for another 5 minutes. So 2 more minutes now. So far, still 4 responses I have. You can't see the form. It's the same link you click on. The same link that you click on, the same link. It's the same link. So you have less than 1 minute. Still 4 responses so far. We have less than 1 minute. All right, I think the time is up already. Yeah, time is up. So thank you so much everyone for joining this event. We look forward to actually seeing future events. Temitope, I don't know if you're in a place where you can talk, so you can, close the event for us, or I should go ahead and close the event. All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining this event. We are actually excited to have you, and for everybody that participated in the quiz, you're going to be contacted via email, and your prize will be shared with you. Thank you so much. Look forward to seeing you in future events. And if you're yet to join any of the community, maybe you want to join the Microsoft Naija community or the OWASP security community, if you go over all the chats, the links has been shared to each of the community, both the WhatsApp group, as well as let me share the WhatsApp group again. If you want to join, the link has been shared. Oh, sorry. Let me reshare the WhatsApp link for us. I'm unable to copy this. Okay. So you can join the community. We are looking forward to having you on board as we plan for future events. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Bye for now.